Welcome to Quiet Scare, where horror doesn't scream, it whispers. Real documented experiences, selected with care, and adapted for quiet, sleep-friendly listening. Truth stays firm. The mood deepens. Please like and subscribe, and tap the bell for new episodes. No more than 3 ads in the first 15 minutes, then uninterrupted playback. Literary horror shaped from authentic accounts for sophisticated listeners. Sleep well and dream dark. The first thing I noticed after I fell was that the hill had gone quiet a second earlier. The plastic sled had been rattling beneath me as I cut down the steepest part of our backyard. Snow sprayed into my face. The runners scraped across a patch of frozen grass near the bottom, and the sled twisted sideways. I rolled off, landed on my shoulder, and slid several feet before stopping against a low mound of snow. It was not a bad fall. My arm hurt, but I could move it. I remember brushing snow from my gloves and looking uphill for my brother. He was gone. That did not frighten me at first. My brother was younger and slower, and the top of the hill curved behind the house. From where I had landed, the roof blocked any view of the back windows. The adults inside could not see the slope, and the thickness of the walls meant they could not hear much either. The bottom of the hill bordered the forest. Our backyard was larger than most in the neighborhood, but it was not fenced. The mowed grass simply ended at a line of birch, pine, and tangled brush. Beyond that line, the woods continued for miles. In summer, the trees looked close together and harmless. In winter, with the leaves gone and snow covering the ground, the spaces between the trunks seemed deeper. I stood and pulled the sled toward me by its rope. That was when I saw the person. The figure stood just inside the trees, perhaps 30 yards away. At first, I thought it was one of the older boys from farther down the road. Several families used paths through the forest, and it was not unusual to see someone wearing dark winter clothes. Then the figure stepped forward. It was too tall. I was a child, so adults often seemed large to me. But this was different. The figure's head reached close to the lowest branches of a young pine. Its shoulders were narrow beneath a long black coat, and its arms hung unusually low. Dark pants disappeared into heavy boots. Its face was covered. The covering was pale against the dark clothing, but it did not look like a normal ski mask. It was hard and sharply shaped, with uneven points around the edges. The holes for the eyes were narrow and black. The lower half jutted forward in crooked angles, almost like pieces had been broken away. The figure did not move again. Neither did I. Cold air entered my throat and seemed to stop there. I could hear the faint hiss of snow drifting through the branches. Somewhere behind me, the loose sled rope tapped against the plastic shell. I tried to convince myself it was a person wearing a costume. Maybe someone had found an old mask and wanted to scare kids. That explanation was ordinary enough, but it did not help. A normal person would have laughed. A normal person would have raised a hand or called out. The figure only watched me. I let go of the sled. The rope dropped into the snow. I turned and ran uphill. The slope was steep enough that running usually took effort, but terror pushed me forward. My boots slipped. I used both hands to catch myself, then scrambled up again without looking back. My shoulder throbbed from the fall. Snow entered the tops of my boots and soaked my socks. Near the middle of the hill, I heard a heavy crunch from behind me. I looked back. The figure had crossed out of the tree line. It stood beside my abandoned sled. I could see its height more clearly against the open snow. The coat reached below its knees. The jagged mask faced directly uphill. The figure lowered one arm and touched the sled rope. That small movement frightened me more than if it had charged. I ran the rest of the way on my hands and feet. At the top, I found my brother near the porch, trying to fit one boot back into the groove left by our earlier runs. He looked confused when I grabbed his sleeve. I told him someone was in the woods. He thought I was trying to scare him. I pulled him toward the house and pointed down the hill, but the curve of the yard and the falling snow hid the bottom. We went inside through the back door. Warm air struck my face, and my glasses fogged immediately. I remember standing on the rubber mat, while water dripped from my clothes. My brother stayed close to me, no longer laughing. The adults were in the front part of the house. I could hear a television and the low sound of conversation. I wanted to call for them, but I hesitated. I knew how the story would sound. A tall person in a strange mask had appeared in the woods and touched my sled. It sounded like something invented to frighten a younger child. Our neighbor was visiting that afternoon. He was a little older than me and usually believed nothing without seeing it himself. When I described the figure, he stared at my face for several seconds and then looked toward the back door. He wanted to check. My brother refused to stay alone, so the three of us put our coats back on. Two other kids from nearby houses were outside by then, walking toward our yard with their sleds. We called them over and explained what had happened. The group made me feel braver. There were 5 of us now. The house was close. Adults were inside. The figure, if it had been real, was probably gone. We walked toward the hill. Nobody spoke as we reached the top. The wind had strengthened. Fine snow moved across the slope in pale sheets, filling the shallow marks left by our boots. My sled was still at the bottom. It had been moved. I had dropped it several yards from the trees. Now it rested beside the first row of trunks, half hidden beneath low branches. We started down slowly. The older neighbor went first. I followed, with my brother behind me. The others spread out across the hill. I watched the tree line and expected the dark figure to appear between every pair of trunks, at the place where I had fallen. We found the tracks. They were much larger than any of ours. The prints began near the forest, crossed the open snow, and stopped beside the place where my sled had originally rested. Each mark was deep enough to expose darker layers beneath the powder. The boots had broad heels and long soles. The distance between the prints was unusually wide, as though the person had taken slow, enormous steps. The tracks continued toward the trees. We followed them with our eyes. The masked figure stood among the pines. No one doubted me then. It was farther back than before, partly hidden behind a trunk, but the pale, jagged face covering was visible. The long coat hung motionless. One hand rested against the tree. For a few seconds, our group remained frozen on the hill. Then the figure leaned out. My brother screamed. We ran. The climb back felt much longer with the others around me. Boots struck packed snow. Someone dropped a glove. One of the younger kids fell and slid backward, and I grabbed the back of his coat before he could tumble farther. The older neighbor pulled him upright, and we kept moving. I looked back once. The figure was no longer behind the tree. It walked along the edge of the woods, matching our direction. It did not hurry. Its steps were long and steady, and the dark coat moved around its legs. The mask remained turned toward us. We reached the top and crossed the yard toward a detached garage beside the house. It was closer than the back door, and had a locking side entrance. The older neighbor yanked it open. We crowded inside, dragged the door shut, and turned the deadbolt. The garage was unheated. Our breath gathered in front of our faces. Tools hung from hooks along one wall. A snowblower sat near the main door, and bags of road salt were stacked beside it. For several moments, nobody moved. Then we began checking the windows. There were 2 small windows in the garage door, and another above a workbench. We kept below them and looked out from the corners. The hill was empty. The tree line was not. The figure had reached the far side of the property. It moved behind the trunks, appearing and disappearing as it passed each opening. It was not following our tracks toward the garage. It was circling the border of the yard. One of the kids began crying quietly. My brother held the sleeve of my coat. The older neighbor told everyone to stay away from the windows, then picked up a long-handled shovel. We had no telephone in the garage. The only way to reach the adults was to cross a short stretch of open driveway and enter through the side door of the house. That distance was not more than 20 yards. It felt impossible. We waited, listening for footsteps outside. The wind pressed against the garage door. A loose metal panel clicked near the roof. Every ordinary sound made someone flinch. After several minutes, I raised my head and looked through the left garage window. The figure stood at the edge of the driveway. It had crossed from the woods without any of us seeing it. The jagged mask faced the garage. Snow covered the shoulders of the dark coat. The figure remained completely still, one long arm hanging beside its body. The older neighbor saw it too. He backed away from the window and tightened both hands around the shovel. Nobody spoke. The figure took one step toward us. The boot came down slowly, pressing a deep shape into the snow. Then it stopped. A car turned onto our road. The sound came faintly through the trees, followed by the glow of headlights sweeping across the front of the house. The figure turned its masked face toward the road. It moved back, not quickly, not in panic. It simply stepped away from the driveway and returned to the trees. The dark coat passed behind a row of pines and disappeared. We waited until the car stopped at a nearby house. Then the older neighbor unlocked the garage door. We ran together across the driveway and entered through the side of my house. This time we shouted for the adults. They searched the yard immediately. 2 carried flashlights, and 1 brought a heavy wooden handle from the fireplace tools. They checked the garage, the hill, and the first section of the forest. They did not find anyone. They found the tracks. The adults tried to explain them as ordinary boot prints enlarged by loose snow. They suggested a hunter, a teenager, or a neighbor playing a cruel joke. Those explanations were possible. No one claimed otherwise, but none of the adults could explain why a stranger had stood silently near children, moved my sled, followed us along the property, and waited beside the driveway. The police were called. An officer walked the tree line and followed the tracks until they reached a hard-packed trail deeper in the woods. After that, too many old prints crossed the path, and the officer could not determine which ones belonged to the figure. Nothing else happened that afternoon. The mask was never found. No neighbor admitted being in the woods. No one in the area reported owning a coat like the one we described. For the rest of that winter, we were not allowed to use the hill unless an adult stood outside with us. Even then, my brother refused to sled near the bottom. I went back once after the snow began to melt. My plastic sled was still beneath the trees where the figure had left it. Beside it, preserved in the shaded snow, was a single massive boot print pointing toward our house. The first time our horses tried to break through a steel gate, my father was standing beside me with a flashlight in one hand and a rifle lowered at his side. Neither of us had seen what frightened them. We only saw the fence shaking, the horses crowding against the far rail, and something tall moving between the trees beyond their enclosure. I was 13 when we moved to the property. My father had left the military a few years earlier and wanted distance from towns, traffic, and neighbors. He found an old farmhouse on more acreage than we could reasonably use. The front half was open pasture divided by weathered fences. Behind the house, the land sloped into a forest, so dense that even at noon the ground beneath the trees looked dim. I loved it immediately. During our first summer, I spent entire afternoons exploring. I followed dry creek beds, climbed fallen trunks, and marked trails with strips of bright cloth so I could find my way home. My father taught me how to read a compass and warned me not to go beyond the old stone wall near the rear boundary. He never explained why. The forest changed after sunset. In daylight, it felt enormous but ordinary. At night, the windows reflected the rooms back at us, and the black tree line seemed much closer than it was. The house creaked as the temperature dropped. Branches dragged across the roof. Small animals moved under the porch. I understood all of those sounds. The sound I could not explain was the slow pressure against the exterior walls. It began during our second autumn. I would lie awake and hear a faint scrape beneath my bedroom window, followed by a soft thump against the siding. The noises were never loud enough to wake the rest of the house. They came after midnight and stopped whenever I turned on my lamp. At first, my father blamed loose branches. He cut back every tree within reach of the house. The noises continued. Sleep became something I feared. I stayed awake reading until my eyes burned, then listened beneath the blankets for movement outside. Some nights were quiet. Other nights, Something crossed the gravel beside the house with a strange, uneven rhythm, quick for several steps, then silent for so long that I wondered whether I had imagined it. Our animals noticed it before the rest of my family did. We had 2 horses, several goats, and a large livestock dog named Bear. Bear was calm around people and rarely barked without reason. One evening, shortly after dusk, he began growling at the forest. He stood at the edge of the pasture with his head low and his body rigid. The goats gathered behind him. The horses moved toward the gate instead of away from it, pressing close to the house side of the enclosure. My father took a flashlight and walked outside. I followed before he could stop me. The beams swept across fence posts, high grass, and bare trunks. Nothing moved. Then the light passed over a narrow gap between 2 trees. Something dark stood there. I could not see a face. I could not even tell whether it faced us. It was taller than my father, with a narrow upper body and arms that seemed to hang too low. For a moment, I assumed it was a damaged tree trunk. Then it shifted sideways. The horses surged against the gate. Bear lunged forward, barking so violently that foam gathered around his mouth. The figure slipped behind a tree, and my father raised the rifle. We heard rapid movement through the leaves. It did not crash through the brush like a deer. The sound was lighter and faster, changing direction without slowing. My father ordered me into the house. He searched the edge of the forest for nearly an hour and found no footprints he trusted. The ground was dry and layered with leaves. Any marks were too shallow to identify. The next morning, he reinforced the gate. He also told me that fear distorted distance and shape in darkness. A person could mistake a stump for a body, a branch for an arm, or a frightened animal for something much larger. I wanted to believe him. Within a month, he installed motion lights around the house and barn. The first night, the light behind the kitchen came on 6 times. Each time, the yard was empty. Then the sensors began activating in sequence. The light near the pasture would switch on first. A few seconds later, the barn light would flare. Then the light outside my bedroom would shine through the curtains. It looked as if someone was circling the house. My father bought security cameras. He mounted them beneath the roof line, along the barn, and on posts facing the forest. The system recorded whenever it detected movement. For several nights, the recordings showed nothing but insects, wind-blown grass, and the occasional deer. Then one camera went black. My father found it twisted toward the wall. The mounting bracket was bent, though the screws remained fixed in the wood. He replaced it and added a metal guard. 2 nights later, another camera was turned straight upward. After that, movement alerts arrived constantly. Most of the clips showed empty ground. Sometimes the grass flattened at the edge of the frame, as if something had passed just outside the camera's view. Once, a shadow crossed the barn wall high above the ground, too quickly to identify. My father moved the cameras again. Whatever crossed the property seemed to learn their positions. During the following year, small objects began striking the house. The first was a pine cone thrown hard enough to wake my mother. Then stones hit the roof late at night. A piece of dead wood struck the kitchen window and left a pale mark in the glass. My father checked the forest each time. He never found anyone. The nearest house was more than a mile away, and no public road passed behind our land. Trespassers would have needed to cross fences, navigate the woods in darkness, avoid the cameras, and leave without using a vehicle. My father contacted the county sheriff. A deputy inspected the property and suggested hunters, teenagers, or someone living illegally in the forest. He found no campsite, tracks, or cut fencing. For a while, my father patrolled at night. He walked the perimeter with Bear and carried a radio. His training made him methodical. He checked the same locations, followed the same routes, and recorded dates and times in a notebook. The activity adjusted around him. When he watched the eastern pasture, movement alerts appeared near the western tree line. When he waited near the barn, stones struck the opposite side of the house. When he remained indoors, something brushed along the siding beneath my room. It never entered. That almost made it worse. By 16, I rarely slept through the night. My grades fell. I began falling asleep during the day, sometimes sitting upright on the couch. I stopped exploring the woods. I stopped going near the rear windows after dark. My father believed someone wanted us frightened enough to leave. He refused to give them the satisfaction. The final encounter happened during a winter storm. Snow had been falling since morning, covering the pasture fences and bending the smaller trees. By mid-afternoon, the sky had turned the color of dirty wool. My father was in town collecting supplies before the roads became impassable. My mother was working in the back room. I went outside to bring Bear from the barn. The snowfall muffled everything. My boots sank above the ankles, and the cold air stung the inside of my nose. Bear stood near the gate, staring toward the forest. He did not bark. His silence stopped me. About 50 yards beyond the enclosure, something was standing among the trees. The shape was black against the snow. It leaned from behind a trunk, revealing only part of its body. Its head seemed narrow and angled forward. One shoulder sat higher than the other. The arm visible beside the trunk reached nearly to the knee. I could see it clearly enough to know it was not clothing caught on a branch. It was watching me. I stepped backward. The figure moved fully into view. Its legs were long and thin, but the joints did not align the way I expected. The knees appeared too high, and the lower legs angled backward before meeting the ground. Its torso was short compared with its limbs. For one frozen moment, neither of us moved. Then Bear charged the fence. The entity turned and ran. It crossed the snow on two legs. It did not bound like a deer, or lean forward like a person sprinting. Its upper body remained almost still while its legs moved beneath it with quick, sliding strides. It covered the distance between the trees faster than any person could have managed in deep snow. There were no wide arm movements, no loss of balance, no hesitation. It vanished into the forest. I ran to the house. My mother locked the doors while I called my father. He returned before dark and searched the tree line, but the falling snow had already softened the ground. He found a trail of narrow impressions leading into the forest. The spacing was too long for my stride, and too straight to resemble a deer's path. The tracks ended beneath a cluster of pines, where snow had not reached the ground. My father stood there for several minutes. When he came back, he did not offer an explanation. That night, something struck the roof above my bedroom. Another impact hit the back wall. Then the motion lights activated one after another around the house. The cameras recorded only snow. My father finally accepted what fear had already taught me. It did not matter whether the thing was human, an animal we could not identify, or something neither of us had words for. It had remained on the property for years. It had tested our fences, studied our lights, avoided our cameras, and continued approaching the house. We left before spring. My parents sold the land through an agent and never returned after the final inspection. We moved into a smaller home near a busy road, where headlights passed the windows at night, and neighbors lived close enough to hear a shout. I began sleeping again. Years later, my father gave me the notebook from his patrols. Most pages contained ordinary details: weather conditions, camera failures, times when Bear reacted, and locations where objects struck the house. On the final page, beneath the date of the snowstorm, my father had drawn the tree line behind the pasture. A tall black shape stood between two trunks. Beside it, he had written a single sentence stating that it had allowed me to see it. I keep the notebook in a locked drawer. Sometimes, during heavy snow, I look through the window at the nearest trees and remember how still that figure stood before it ran, as though it had spent years waiting for the exact moment when I would finally understand that the property had never belonged to us. The first time I saw the shadow in the woods, I was lying behind a fallen beech tree with a wooden rifle pressed against my shoulder. I was 12 years old, and the rifle was nothing more than a length of fence post I had sanded smooth in my father's shed. My friends were spread through the undergrowth behind me, waiting for my signal to rush an imaginary enemy position. The light was fading across the fields, turning the gaps between the trees the color of old brass. That was when I noticed someone standing deeper in the woods. The figure was tall and narrow, perfectly black against the dim trunks. It stood near a patch of ferns about 30 yards away, facing our position. I could not see clothing, skin, or the shape of a face. It looked like the shadow of a person cast upright, without anything there to make it. I raised one hand and stopped the game. My friends crawled closer, expecting me to point out a farmer or a dog walker. I whispered that someone was watching us. They searched the trees and saw nothing. The figure did not move. One of my friends threw a pine cone toward it. The pine cone struck a trunk several feet to the left and dropped into the leaves. The black shape remained where it was, separate from the tree behind it. I remember thinking that it should have blended into the darkness as the light faded, but it did the opposite. The woods became less distinct, while the figure stayed sharp. Then one of the boys stood up. The moment he did, the figure was gone. There was no sound of running, no snapping branch, no movement behind the trees. It was simply absent from the place where I had been staring. We searched the area, because that was what boys our age did when we were frightened and unwilling to admit it. We found flattened ferns, rabbit tracks, scraps of bark, and a rusted food tin. There were no footprints large enough to belong to a person. By the time we left, the woods had become blue with evening. I walked at the center of the group and pretended it was because I was carrying our folded map. That should have been the end of it. Instead, I began seeing the figure regularly. Our games continued through that summer and into autumn. The woods were close to our houses, bordered by pasture on one side and a narrow road on the other. We knew every ditch, ruined wall, and low branch. We built positions from dead wood and dug shallow shelters that filled with rain. Sometimes we wore old jackets borrowed from our fathers. Sometimes we painted stripes on our faces with mud. The shadow appeared only near twilight. It never came close. It never followed me home. It stood between trees, beside the broken wall, or at the far end of a path. It was always shaped like a person, and always darker than the surroundings. My friends never saw it. They believed I was trying to make the games more exciting. At first they would turn when I pointed. Later they stopped looking. One friend told me I was seeing my own shadow stretched across the ground. Another suggested it was a burned tree stump. I accepted those explanations whenever we were together. Alone, I knew they were wrong. A normal shadow changed when I moved. This one did not. A stump remained visible when I approached. This figure disappeared as soon as I crossed some invisible distance between us. After several weeks, curiosity replaced fear. I started watching for it. I learned that it appeared most often when we played near the northern edge of the woods, where the land rose gently before dropping toward the road. I would position myself there and wait as the afternoon faded. Sometimes nothing happened. Sometimes the figure was already present when I looked up. It never threatened me. That was the strange part. I did not feel hunted. I felt observed, but not with anger. The stillness around it seemed heavy, rather than dangerous, like entering a room after someone had received bad news. One evening in late October, the others went home before me. Rain had started, a thin cold drizzle that darkened the bark and made the field shine. I stayed behind to collect 2 jackets we had used as blankets and a shelter. The shadow stood beside the ruined wall, without my friends nearby. I found the courage to walk toward it. The figure remained still as I crossed the wet leaves. I watched the ground, expecting some ordinary shape to reveal itself. I saw only the black outline of legs, a narrow body, and what appeared to be a head inclined slightly toward one shoulder. When I came within about 20 yards, I stopped. The air smelled of wet stone and wood smoke from the houses beyond the field. Water dripped from the branches. The figure seemed to become clearer, though it had no details. I lifted one hand. The shadow lifted its arm. I do not mean that it copied me exactly. My hand was raised above my shoulder. Its arm moved slowly across its body, as though holding something close to its chest. For a moment, another shape appeared beside it. This second shadow was lower, perhaps kneeling or crouching. The 2 forms overlapped. Then the rain thickened, the light changed, and both shapes vanished against the wall. I ran home with the jackets pressed under my arm. My father was in the kitchen cleaning mud from his boots. He worked outdoors and had little patience for ghost stories, so I expected him to laugh when I told him what I had seen. He did not. He asked exactly where the wall stood. Then he brought an old survey map from a drawer and spread it across the table. The paper showed field boundaries that no longer existed and lanes that had disappeared under grass. My father traced the northern edge of the woods with one finger. He explained that soldiers had moved through that area during a battle, generations earlier. The fighting had extended beyond the famous hills marked by monuments. Wounded men had been carried into the woods, where the trees and stone walls offered some cover. Many had died before they could be moved again. I asked whether people had been buried there. My father told me some probably had been, at least temporarily. Records from chaotic battles were incomplete. Fields changed hands. Markers disappeared. Families removed stones for building. The land remembered nothing in a way that could be measured, he said. But people often found reasons to feel uneasy in places where terrible things had happened. He advised me to stop playing war in those woods. I did not stop. Children rarely understand the difference between being warned and being challenged. The knowledge made the place more interesting to us. I told my friends about the battle, leaving out the part about the shadow raising its arm. We changed our imaginary campaigns to match the local history. We defended the ruined wall. We carried one another from the field. We spoke in low voices, because shouting suddenly seemed disrespectful. The figure continued to appear. Over time, I became used to it. I no longer pointed it out. I would see it at the edge of our games and continue what I was doing. It became part of the woods, as ordinary to me as the sound of crows or the evening mist above the pasture. Then adolescence arrived, and our games ended without ceremony. The wooden rifles were left in sheds. The shelters collapsed. Friends moved away or found different interests. I stopped entering the woods except when taking a shortcut home. The last time I saw the single figure, I was 16. It stood beyond the ruined wall on a clear evening in early spring. The trees were bare, and the low sun cast long shadows across the ground. I could distinguish every trunk and branch. The figure stood where no natural shadow should have been. I watched it for several minutes. It did not move. I felt no fear, only an unexpected sadness. I understood then that whatever I was seeing was not waiting for me. I had simply become able to notice something that was already there. I left before the light disappeared. Years passed. I joined the military soon after finishing school. My reasons were practical. I wanted training, steady work, and a life beyond the countryside where I had grown up. The reality of service removed every childish idea I had once attached to uniforms. Equipment had weight. Orders had consequences. Exhaustion could make a person careless. Discipline was not a game played among trees. After training, I visited my parents while traveling between assignments. I wore my uniform because I was expected at another location that evening, and did not have time to change. The fastest route took me along a narrow road, near the historical hills my father had shown me on the map. The area was more open than the woods of my childhood, with broad fields rising toward ridgelines where old fighting had taken place. Stone fences divided the slopes. Small markers stood beside the road. It was late afternoon when I entered the area. The sun hung low behind thin cloud, giving the fields a pale, flat light. There were no other vehicles immediately ahead of me. The road curved between a steep bank and an open field. That was where I saw the first shadow. It moved across the grass parallel to my vehicle. Unlike the figure from my childhood, this shape did not stand still. It ran in a low posture, carrying something long against its body. Another shadow followed, then another. They had no visible source. The sun was behind me, but the forms moved sideways across the field. They crossed patches of bare earth and pale grass, without changing density. I could not see faces or uniforms, only dark human outlines moving with purpose. I slowed the vehicle. As soon as my speed dropped, more figures appeared. Several clustered near the stone fence. One bent over a shape on the ground. Another knelt beside it. A third stood with one arm extended toward the road. The scene lasted only seconds, but it had a clarity the childhood figure never possessed. I could distinguish actions. One shadow seemed to support the shoulders of the fallen person, while another worked near the chest or side. The movements were quick and controlled. It resembled emergency treatment performed under pressure. I heard nothing through the closed windows. No shouting, no gunfire, no wind. The silence was complete. I pressed the brake. The standing figure turned toward me, its arm lifted. Every shadow in the field stopped. The vehicle continued rolling slowly, but my foot was nearly holding it in place. The engine idled. The steering wheel vibrated beneath my hands. The standing figure began walking toward the road. It crossed the field without becoming larger. The other shadows turned together. I took my foot off the brake. The vehicle moved forward. The figures resumed their activity at once. The kneeling shapes bent over the fallen one. Others ran along the fence. The standing figure lowered its arm and faced the field again. I accelerated around the curve. A small building appeared ahead. An old visitor center or maintenance office near a gravel turnout. A man was closing a gate beside the road. He was elderly, wearing a canvas coat and a faded cap. I stopped and lowered the window before I could explain. His eyes moved from my face to my uniform. His expression tightened. He asked whether I had stopped on the road behind me. I told him I had nearly stopped. He looked toward the curve and instructed me to keep moving until I was beyond the hills. His tone was firm enough that I did not question him. I asked what he thought was in the field. He told me that people sometimes saw things there near evening, especially those wearing a uniform. Most saw movement at a distance. A few saw wounded men. He did not claim to know whether the images were ghosts, memory, reflected light, or the mind arranging shadows into familiar forms. Then he repeated the rule. Never stop the vehicle. He explained that drivers who stopped sometimes became disoriented. They lost track of the road, or believed someone was standing beside their window. One man had remained parked until after dark, and later could not explain why. The elder believed continued motion prevented the scene from drawing a witness too deeply into it. I thanked him and drove on. For the next several miles, shadows appeared across the slopes. Some marched in loose groups. Some crouched behind stone. Some carried others between them. None crossed the road. None approached the vehicle as long as I maintained speed. The final group stood near the base of a hill. They formed a rough circle around a dark shape on the ground. One figure knelt in the center, shoulders moving with repeated effort. As I passed, that kneeling figure looked up. I felt its attention settle on me, not on the vehicle, not on the road, on the uniform. The sensation was so direct that I checked the passenger window, expecting to see someone beside me. There was only the empty seat and my reflection in the glass. After the hills fell behind me, the shadows disappeared. I never saw them in that form again. I returned to the childhood woods several years later. The ruined wall had collapsed further, and many of the paths were overgrown. The shelter sites were shallow hollows filled with leaves. I found one of our old fence post rifles beneath a rotting board, softened by rain and fungus. No figure appeared. I stood near the northern edge until the light faded, listening to traffic on the distant road. The woods felt ordinary. Small birds moved through the brush. A tractor crossed a field beyond the trees. I had expected relief. Instead, I felt the same melancholy that had come over me at 16. Military service had taught me enough to recognize the actions I had witnessed near the hills. The shadows had not been performing some grand battle for my benefit. They had been carrying, treating, signaling, and waiting. They had been trying to keep one another alive. As a child, I had mistaken stillness for mystery. As an adult in uniform, I had been shown the work inside it. I left the wooden rifle where I found it and walked back toward the road. Behind me, the last light settled across the broken wall, and for a moment the wet stones held the shape of a person with one arm folded across his chest. I first saw the figure while checking whether the old footbridge had flooded, and for several seconds I mistook it for a person leaning against a tree. The mistake ended when it moved without changing posture. Its shoulders remained tilted. Its arms stayed too long and too still. yet the whole shape slid sideways from one trunk to another, keeping its face turned toward me, as if the ground beneath it were carrying it. That was 3 years ago, in a rural town I will not name, because some of my family still live there. The town sat between a strip of farmland and a dense forest that stretched farther north than any road. Most of the public buildings had been built decades earlier, and maintained only when something failed completely. Telephone lines sagged between wooden poles. Streetlights hummed and blinked. The storm drains clogged with leaves every autumn, turning the lower footpaths into shallow streams. I worked from home doing transcription for an insurance company. The job trained me to notice small inconsistencies. A changed date, a repeated phrase, a voice in the background that should not have been present. That habit followed me outside work, though I had never considered it useful until the afternoon I saw the figure. It was standing at the edge of a narrow path behind the abandoned railway depot. The path ran beside a drainage ditch before bending toward the forest. I was roughly 30 yards away. At first, I could see only a dark outline through the branches. It was shaped like a thin adult wearing a long coat. The head seemed bowed, but the face was angled upward. I could not make out features. I stopped walking. The figure stopped moving. I stepped backward. Its head tilted farther than a neck should comfortably allow. There was no sound from the forest. No birds. No wind in the leaves. Even the traffic from the main road seemed to have vanished. I raised my phone to take a picture, but the screen showed only trees and a strip of pale sky. I lowered it. The figure was still there. Then it crossed the path. It did not walk. Its legs shifted, but the movement was wrong, like separate frames missing from a recording. One moment it stood beside the trees. The next it was in the center of the path. Then it was beside the ditch, closer to me. I ran. The nearest occupied building was the municipal security office near the grain warehouse. It was not a police station. The town was too small for that. 2 contracted security officers handled alarms, trespassing complaints, and calls about loose livestock until county deputies could arrive. I reached the office with mud on my shoes and pain under my ribs. Inside, one officer sat behind a scarred counter, while another watched a portable television. I told them that someone had followed me from the forest path. I described the height, the unnatural movement, and the way the figure had watched me. I asked them to check the path before a child or an elderly resident passed through. The officer behind the counter looked toward his partner and smiled. He asked whether I had been drinking. When I told him I had not, he suggested that shadows looked strange near sunset. The other officer asked whether the figure had been a scarecrow, though there were no fields beside that section of path. They laughed. I gave them the exact location. I showed them the blank photograph on my phone. I asked them to at least drive by. The first officer wrote nothing down. He told me they could not investigate every tree that frightened someone. I left feeling embarrassed enough to doubt myself. For the next several days, nothing happened. I avoided the railway path and took the longer route through town whenever I needed groceries. I kept my curtains closed after dark. I checked the locks twice before bed. The nightmares began that week. They were always set in ordinary places. My kitchen, the post office, the narrow aisle of the local pharmacy. In each dream, I would notice a person standing at the far end of the room, with their back turned. The person would slowly bend sideways, not at the waist. The whole body would curve, as if the bones had softened. Then the head would rotate toward me. I always woke before seeing the face. The dreams left a physical impression that lasted into the morning. My jaw hurt from clenching it. My sheets were twisted around my legs. Once, I woke sitting upright with both hands raised in front of my face. I began keeping notes. The dreams occurred at irregular times, but certain details repeated. A dripping tap, a fluorescent light clicking overhead, the smell of damp soil. After 2 weeks, something else started happening. Every afternoon, while sitting at my desk, I heard an argument outside my house. The first time, I looked through the window and saw a man and woman standing beside a faded blue hatchback. They were both middle-aged. I recognized them as residents from the far side of town. Though I did not know their names, the man pointed toward the road. The woman folded her arms. He opened the driver's door. She pushed it closed. He stepped back. She turned toward my house. I could not hear their exact words through the glass, only the rise and fall of their voices. After less than a minute, they entered the car and drove away. The next afternoon, they returned. The argument unfolded in exactly the same way. The man pointed toward the road. The woman folded her arms. He opened the door. She pushed it closed. He stepped back. She turned toward my house. The timing was perfect. Even the passing vehicles seemed to match. A delivery van crossed behind them just before the woman touched the door. A small dog barked from a neighboring yard immediately afterward. On the third day, I went outside. The couple stood beside the hatchback. The man pointed. The woman folded her arms. I called to them. Neither reacted. I walked closer and called again. The argument continued, but their voices sounded flat and distant, like speech coming through a wall. When I reached the edge of my yard, the woman turned toward me. Her mouth continued moving, but her eyes were fixed on the upstairs window of my house. The man opened the car door. She pushed it shut. I looked up at the window. Something dark withdrew behind the curtain. I ran inside and searched every room. I checked closets, under the bed, and the narrow storage space beside the water heater. No one was there. The upstairs window remained locked from the inside. When I looked outside again, the car was gone. I tried telling myself that stress had damaged my sense of time. I wondered whether the nightmares in the original sighting had made ordinary events feel connected. I searched online for sleep disorders and visual disturbances. I scheduled an appointment at a clinic in the next county. The doctor found nothing immediately wrong. He advised rest and gave me a referral I never managed to use. The repeated arguments stopped. For nearly a week, the street remained quiet. Then the casualty was reported. A resident had been found near the drainage ditch behind the railway depot, not far from where I had seen the figure. The local news site described the death as violent and unusual but avoided details. The forest path was closed with plastic barriers. County investigators came and went in unmarked vehicles. Rumors spread through town. Some people claimed it had been an accident. Others said an animal was responsible. The security officers told residents there was no confirmed danger to the public. I recognized the victim's name. It belonged to the man from the blue hatchback. I drove to the municipal office the next morning. The same officer sat behind the counter. I reminded him of my report. I gave him the date and time. I described the silhouette again. I told him the man who had died had appeared outside my house several times before the casualty. The officer's expression changed for only a moment. Then he asked whether I had known the victim personally. When I said no, he leaned back and told me not to involve myself in an active investigation. He denied remembering my first visit. His partner remained silent, staring at the floor. I asked whether anyone had checked the forest. The officer told me to go home. That night, rain began after sunset. It struck the roof in uneven bursts and collected in the clogged gutter above my bedroom. Water tapped against the window frame. I left every light downstairs switched on. Around midnight, the power failed. The house became silent, except for the rain. I used my phone flashlight to reach the kitchen. The street outside was dark, but several homes across the road still had power. Their porch lights glowed through the rain. Only my house had gone black. I checked the breaker panel. Nothing had tripped. When I returned to the kitchen, I noticed a light in the house next door. The property had been vacant for months. Its owner had moved into assisted living, and no one had purchased it. Yet a yellow lamp shone from an upstairs bedroom. A figure stood behind the glass. It was tall enough that its head nearly touched the top of the window. Its shoulders sloped at different angles. One arm hung below the sill, though that should have been impossible from inside the room. I could not see its face clearly at first. Then it leaned closer. The window brightened around it. Its skin looked pale and tight. Its mouth was wider than I remembered any human mouth being. Thin teeth filled it from one side to the other. It smiled directly at me. I stepped away from the kitchen window. The figure raised one hand and placed it against the glass. Its fingers were long and uneven. One bent backward at the middle joint. My phone lost signal. The porch lights across the road switched off at the same time. The rain stopped. I heard movement upstairs, not footsteps. A soft dragging sound crossed the ceiling above me and paused over the kitchen. Dust fell from the light fixture. I ran to the front door, but the deadbolt would not turn. I pulled until the metal cut into my palm. The dragging sound moved toward the stairwell. A board creaked above the first step, then another. I backed into the kitchen. The vacant house next door was dark again. My upstairs curtain moved. The figure stood inside my bedroom window, looking down at me through the rain-streaked glass. Its smile had not changed. The security officers arrived after dawn because a neighbor reported my front door standing open. They found me outside near the road, barefoot and unable to explain how I had left the house. There were damp marks on the upstairs floor. They began beneath the bedroom window and ended at the top of the stairs. No window was open. No lock was broken. The officers photographed the marks but offered no explanation. The original officer never apologized. The county investigation into the casualty produced no public conclusion. Within a month, the forest path reopened. I moved away before winter. I still dream about the dripping tap and the fluorescent light. Sometimes I wake to the sound of an argument outside. Always the same voices, always repeating the same motions beyond the curtain. Last week, I received an envelope with no return address. Inside was the photograph I had tried to take on the path. This time, the figure was visible between the trees. It was not looking at the camera. It was looking towards something behind me. The first dent appeared in the truck bed before I had even made the first payment on the restoration. And it was deep enough that the body shop refused to believe my explanation. I had spent almost 2 years rebuilding that truck. It was a 1972 Chevrolet C10 with faded blue paint, a long bed, and a bench seat that smelled faintly of vinyl no matter how often I cleaned it. I rebuilt the suspension in my father's garage, replaced the brake lines, rewired the lights, and tracked down an original tailgate from a salvage yard 3 counties away. The engine was not original, but everything else was as close as I could make it. I was proud of that truck in a way that probably made me difficult to be around. My friends knew not to lean against it while wearing metal belt buckles. They knew not to set drinks on the hood. When we went anywhere together, I parked at the far edge of the lot, away from shopping carts and careless doors. That was why, when something landed in the bed at midnight, with enough force to shove the rear tires against the wheel wells, my first emotion was not fear, it was anger. The place we had gone that night was an abandoned feed mill outside a small farming town. The mill had been shut down since the late 80s. Its roof had partially collapsed, and weeds grew through the concrete loading area. A rusted conveyor tower stood behind the main building, angled slightly toward the tree line. There was a local story attached to the driveway, according to people who had grown up nearby. If you drove to the end of the mill road at midnight, turned the vehicle around, and back toward the old loading dock with the headlights off, something would appear behind you. The details changed depending on who told it. Some called it a former mill worker. Others claimed it was an escaped animal that had lived in the woods for years. Most people admitted they had never tried the maneuver themselves. My friend Aaron heard the story from a coworker and brought it up during dinner one Friday night. By 11, 4 of us were in my truck heading out of town. Aaron sat beside me. Lena was pressed against the passenger door. Marcus rode in the bed because he had been drinking and said the cold air would sober him up. I should have turned around before we reached the gravel road. The entrance was marked by 2 leaning fence posts and a length of chain lying in the weeds. Beyond them, the driveway narrowed between dense trees. The branches formed a low ceiling above us, scraping lightly across the roof. Every scrape made my shoulders tighten. The restored headlights showed ruts, standing water, and broken pieces of concrete. The road ended at a wide dirt clearing beside the mill. The building itself was darker than the woods around it. Empty window frames opened along the second floor, and sections of corrugated siding shifted whenever the wind moved through them. Marcus climbed out of the bed and joined us near the front of the truck. None of us went close to the building. The ground around it was scattered with nails, shattered glass, and boards darkened by rain. My dashboard clock read 11:56. We waited beside the truck while the engine ticked and cooled. In the distance, traffic moved along the highway, but the sound was softened by the trees. There were no houses nearby, and no visible lights except the weak glow above the dashboard. At 11:59, we got back inside. Marcus returned to the bed, sitting near the cab with his back against the front wall. Aaron held his phone over the seat to record through the rear window. Lena kept looking toward the empty upper windows of the mill. I started the engine and drove to the far end of the clearing. The instructions were simple: turn the truck around, shut off the headlights, back slowly toward the loading dock until the rear tires reached the broken concrete. Stop there and wait. I made the turn carefully because the ground dropped off near the trees. Then I lined up the hood with the driveway, switched off the headlights, and moved the transmission into reverse. The darkness became immediate. The dashboard lights reflected weakly in the windshield. Through the rear window, I could see Marcus only as a hunched outline. Aaron's phone screen lit one side of his face. I eased backward. The tires rolled over gravel and then onto hard concrete. The rear suspension lifted slightly as the truck climbed the broken edge of the loading area. Marcus tapped the roof twice, signaling that I was close enough. I stopped. The dashboard clock changed to midnight. Nothing happened at first. The engine idled. A loose piece of metal knocked somewhere inside the mill. The sound was irregular and hollow. Aaron whispered that he could not see anything on the recording. Lena told him to turn off the phone screen. When he did, the cab became almost completely black. A few seconds later, the truck shifted. It was a small movement, like someone placing a hand on the rear bumper. The suspension dipped and returned. I looked through the rear window. Marcus had turned toward the passenger side of the bed. His posture was rigid. He leaned forward, trying to see beyond the tailgate. Then he scrambled toward the cab. His hands slapped against the glass behind my head. The impact came before I could ask what he had seen. Something dropped into the cargo bed. The truck slammed downward at the rear. The steering wheel jumped in my hands. Metal boomed behind us, followed by the sharp crack of something bending under extreme weight. Marcus screamed and rolled toward the driver's side. Aaron's phone flew from his hand and struck the floor. I turned on the headlights, shifted into drive, and pushed the accelerator to the floor. The rear tires spun against the dusty concrete before catching. The truck lunged toward the driveway. Branches whipped across the windshield as we entered the narrow road. Behind me, Marcus pounded on the rear glass. I could see very little through the mirror. A large shape filled most of the bed. It was darker than the trees and folded low, as if crouching beneath the wind. The truck leaned from side to side as the weight moved. I accelerated harder. The speedometer climbed, though the road was too rough for anything above 30. The steering wheel bucked in my hands. Gravel struck the underside in rapid bursts. Aaron twisted around on the seat. He shouted that Marcus was trapped near the left side of the bed. Lena reached behind the seat and grabbed the heavy tire iron I kept with the jack. The shape shifted forward. The cab tilted backward for an instant as the weight pressed against the front wall of the cargo bed. The metal behind the seat groaned. A low scraping sound traveled across the roof. Slow and deliberate, something struck the rear window. The glass bowed inward but did not break. I glanced into the mirror and caught a brief view under the truck's running lights. I saw a broad surface, black or dark brown, covered in coarse material that might have been fur. I saw one long limb braced against the wheel well. I saw a hand-like shape close around the top edge of the bed. The fingers were too long. That was all I saw clearly. The truck veered into a rut. The passenger side lifted, then dropped hard enough to throw us against one another. The weight in the bed slid toward the cab. Marcus screamed again. The front wall of the bed buckled with a sound like a steel door being kicked. That was when my anger returned. Whatever was behind me was damaging the truck I had rebuilt with my own hands, and it was trying to get through the glass where my friends were sitting. Fear was there, but it had been compressed into something hot and usable. The highway was less than half a mile ahead. I could see the glow from the streetlights through the trees. I kept the accelerator down. The truck hit the final stretch of gravel at nearly 50 miles per hour. The rear end swung wide. I corrected, clipped a fence post with the passenger mirror, and burst onto the paved shoulder. A gas station stood across the highway under bright white lights. I crossed both lanes without slowing and drove directly beneath the canopy. Then I hit the brakes. The truck stopped so hard that Aaron struck the dashboard, and Lena braced both hands against the windshield. The thing in the bed slammed into the back of the cab. The rear window cracked across one corner. For a moment, nothing moved. The gas station was closed, but every overhead light was on. The pumps reflected in the truck's paint. An empty soda cup rolled across the pavement near the trash cans. Marcus lay curled beside the driver's side wheel well. The dark shape crouched between him and the tailgate. Under the lights, it looked larger than it had in the woods. Its back rose above the sides of the bed. Its limbs were thick, but the joints bent at angles that made it difficult to judge whether it stood on 2 legs or 4. I could not see a face. The head remained low, turned away from the lights. Lena shoved the tire iron into my hands. I opened the door. Aaron grabbed my jacket, but I pulled free. The thing moved toward Marcus. I struck the side of the truck with the tire iron. The sound rang across the empty station. The shape stopped. I hit the metal again. It turned toward me. I raised the tire iron. My arms were shaking, but I stepped closer. Aaron came around the passenger side holding the jack handle. Lena stood behind him with her phone raised, trying to call for help. The creature shifted its weight. The truck's springs groaned. I shouted and struck the tailgate. It came over the side in one movement. The truck rose several inches as the weight left the bed. The creature hit the pavement on the far side, crossed the edge of the light, and disappeared behind the gas station. Trees crowded the property beyond a drainage ditch. Branches snapped as it entered them. Then the woods became still. We pulled Marcus from the bed. His jacket was torn at one shoulder, and he had bruises along his ribs, but nothing appeared broken. He kept repeating that the thing had jumped from the loading dock roof. The sheriff's deputy, who arrived 20 minutes later, searched the ditch with a flashlight. He found broken branches and several deep impressions in the mud, but the ground was too disturbed to identify them. He suggested a bear, though he admitted the nearest confirmed bear sighting had been many miles away. None of us argued. The recording on Aaron's phone showed darkness, violent movement, and a few blurred frames of something large filling the truck bed. There was no clear face, no clear outline, and nothing that could prove what it was. The truck provided better evidence. The front wall of the bed had been pushed inward almost 4 inches. The passenger side wheel well was crushed at the top. Deep grooves ran through the paint and into the steel along both bed rails. One section near the cab had been pinched so tightly that the body shop had to cut it away. The repair cost more than the original restoration. I still own the truck, though I rarely drive it at night. The damaged section of the bed rail hangs above my workbench because I could not bring myself to throw it away. Under direct light, the grooves are easy to see. They begin near the wheel well and continue toward the rear window, each one pressed into solid steel, as if something impossibly heavy had dragged itself forward while I tried to escape. I started keeping a notebook because the woods around our house changed too often for me to trust my memory. At first, the entries were ordinary: wind direction, fallen limbs, tracks near the shed, the times deer crossed the lower driveway. Our property sat beyond the last county streetlight, surrounded by thick timber and old logging cuts that disappeared under weeds each summer. At night, the windows reflected the rooms back at us. Beyond the glass, there was only blackness. The notebook eventually became evidence of something I wish I had never researched. The project began during my final year of college. I was studying regional folklore, and I chose to focus on historical reports of large, unidentified predators. I avoided the dramatic stories. I wanted newspaper clippings, land records, letters, and witness statements that contained practical details. My romantic partner, Mara, called it my impossible animal project. Most of the accounts I found were easy to dismiss. Bears seen from bad angles, sick dogs, escaped livestock, fear filling in details after the fact. One name kept appearing in sources that should not have connected. It showed up in a handwritten account from the late 19th century. Then again in a typed interview from the 1930s. A retired surveyor used the same name in a private letter decades later. The spelling varied, but the sound was consistent. I will not write it here. The stories disagreed about what the thing looked like. Some described fur. Others described a shape that stayed beyond the reach of lantern light. What remained consistent was the behavior. It followed people after they spoke its name aloud. I did not believe that part. I assumed the repeated warning had become attached to the legend over time, a rule invented to make the story more memorable. One evening, while sorting notes at the kitchen table, I read the name to Mara. She told me it sounded like a word someone had invented to frighten children. I agreed, repeated it more carefully, and explained the possible roots of the pronunciation. Nothing happened. For several weeks, the project remained what it had always been: paper, ink, and late nights. Then a coworker named Daniel called me during his morning commute. Daniel traveled the same rural road every weekday. It curved through farmland before entering a long stretch of woods with no houses visible from the pavement. He knew every mailbox, drainage ditch, and leaning fence post along that route. That morning, several vehicles had slowed near the tree line. Something enormous was lying partly across the road. Daniel described it as an animal carcass, although he could not identify the species. It was longer than a deer and too narrow through the body to be livestock. Its legs were folded at angles that made it difficult to judge their true length. The fur was what bothered him. It was pale near the roots and dark at the ends, forming bands that seemed to shift as commuters passed. Daniel said it looked dry despite the rain that had fallen overnight. There was no visible blood on the pavement, no tire debris, and no marks suggesting a collision. He did not stop. Neither did the drivers ahead of him. By the time he reached work, he had convinced himself it was a large dog, or a deer damaged beyond recognition. I told him that was probably correct. On his drive home, the road was empty. The carcass was gone. That was not impossible. County crews removed roadkill. Property owners sometimes dragged animals away. Scavengers could move smaller remains, but there were no drag marks in the soft shoulder. Daniel checked, because the sight had bothered him all day. The wet grass beside the road stood upright. No county vehicle had been reported in the area. No one Daniel asked could explain where the carcass had gone. I wrote the incident in my notebook. The following year, Mara and I moved permanently onto the wooded property. I had completed the research project by then, but I kept my copies of the old accounts in a sealed storage bin. I stopped discussing the name. Small irregularities began that autumn. The motion light behind the garage activated without showing anything beneath it. Branches cracked far from the house on windless nights. Once, I found impressions beside the driveway that looked too long to be deer tracks. Though rain had softened their edges before I could photograph them, I treated each event as an isolated problem. I adjusted the motion sensor. I inspected nearby trees for dead limbs. I placed a trail camera near the driveway. The camera captured deer, raccoons, a stray cat, and several blurred insects. On 3 separate nights, the recording ended abruptly between midnight and dawn. The battery remained charged. The memory card showed no error. During the second winter, Mara began hearing me outside when I was inside. The first time, she was carrying groceries from the car. She heard my voice from behind the shed, calling her name in a flat, patient tone. She answered before noticing my truck was gone. I was still at work. She went inside, locked the door, and waited for me without approaching the shed. I suggested a neighbor's voice had carried through the trees. Our nearest neighbor lived far enough away that ordinary conversation could not usually be heard, but cold air did strange things to sound. A few months later, I heard Mara call from the lower driveway while she was asleep upstairs. The voice was accurate enough that I reached the back door before stopping. It had used the shortened version of my name that only Mara used. The porch light illuminated wet boards, the railing, and the first strip of gravel. Nothing moved. Then the voice came again from deeper in the woods. It sounded farther away, but the volume did not change. I locked the door and did not mention it until morning. The incidents remained infrequent. Weeks passed between them, sometimes months. That distance made them easier to dismiss. Fear loses authority when daylight keeps returning. The night that changed our behavior came nearly 3 years after I first spoke the name. Mara and I were sitting outside behind the house. It was late summer, warm enough that the wood of the porch still held heat after midnight. The property had no public lighting, and the nearest road was hidden beyond the trees. The night was loud. Tree frogs called from the drainage pond. Insects buzzed around the porch light. Leaves shifted under a weak breeze. Something small moved through the brush near the fence and stopped when Mara adjusted her chair. I remember these sounds because they all ended at once. There was no gradual fading. The frogs stopped. The insects stopped. The leaves stopped moving. Even the electric hum around the porch light seemed to vanish. Mara looked at me. I had spent years recording environmental changes, and I had never experienced silence arrive with that kind of precision. It felt less like the woods had become quiet, and more like every living thing had noticed the same threat. I stood without speaking. A heavy crack sounded from the darkness beyond the garage. It was not a twig. It was not a small branch. The sound came from a structural piece of wood under pressure, followed by the rush of leaves and a deep impact against the ground. Mara moved toward the door. Something stepped between the trees. I did not see its body. I saw the interruption it made. A section of darkness shifted against the darker tree line, tall enough to block a pale strip of sky. It remained there for a moment, then lowered itself. A voice came from near the fallen limb. It sounded like Daniel. The voice repeated a sentence from the phone call he had made years earlier about the carcass on the road. Mara grabbed my arm. We went inside. I locked the door. I closed the curtains. I turned off the porch light. Something crossed the gravel. It moved slowly. The stones pressed and rolled under weight. The sound reached the back steps, stopped, and resumed beneath the kitchen window. Then my own voice spoke from outside. It used the name from my research. Once, clearly. The handle on the back door did not move. The windows did not rattle. Nothing struck the walls. Whatever stood outside did not need to force its way in. It waited. We stayed in the interior hallway until dawn. We did not investigate. We did not look through the curtains. When the ordinary morning sounds returned, they returned separately. One bird, then insects, then a distant truck on the county road. A large limb had fallen behind the garage. The limb was thick enough that I needed a chainsaw to move it. The wood inside was healthy. There was no rot, no lightning damage, and no sign of an animal climbing the tree. In the gravel beneath the kitchen window, I found one broad depression. It had no clear toes or hoof marks. It looked as though someone had pressed the end of a heavy post into the ground. After that night, we established rules. We did not go outside when the woods became silent. We did not answer voices unless we could see the speaker. We kept the exterior lights working and backed vehicles toward the house, so we would not waste time turning around. Those precautions seemed excessive until the final incident. It happened in early spring. Mara and I returned home after midnight, following a family gathering. A cold mist hung over the property, reflecting the headlights and reducing the trees to gray trunks. As I turned into the driveway, a deer stepped into our path. At least, I thought it was a deer. It stood sideways across the gravel, less than 20 feet from the vehicle. Its body was narrow from winter, and its coat was dark with moisture. The animal did not look injured. It did not appear frightened. I stopped the car. The deer faced the woods, but one eye remained fixed on us. I tapped the horn. It did not react. I eased forward. The deer shifted one step and placed itself directly in front of the hood. Mara told me not to get out. I had no intention of doing so. The house was visible beyond the animal. The porch light was on. The distance between the car and the front door was short enough to run, but the tree line pressed close to both sides of the driveway. The woods went silent. The car engine seemed painfully loud. A shape moved behind the deer. It stayed low at first, Then it rose between two trees. The deer remained in place like a physical barrier, calm and rigid, blocking our path to the house. Something touched the rear of the car. The suspension dipped. Mara locked her door, though it was already locked. A soft scrape traveled across the trunk. Then a voice spoke beside my window. It was Mara's voice. It used my shortened name. The real Mara covered her mouth. I put the car in reverse. The deer did not move. I accelerated backward. The headlights pulled away from the house. The shape beside the trees followed for several yards without entering the beam. We reached the county road and drove until we found a gas station that stayed open all night. At sunrise, we returned with two relatives. The deer was gone. There were muddy hoofprints across the driveway, but they ended near the place where the animal had stood. They did not continue into the woods or toward the road. A long smear crossed the dust on the trunk of the car. It resembled a handprint until I looked closely and realized there were no separate fingers. We sold the property that summer. I destroyed most of the research before we moved. I kept the notebook because I needed proof that the escalation had happened over years, not in one frightened night. The last page contains a list of dates and practical explanations written beside each event. Weather, wildlife, equipment failure, echoes, stress. Below those explanations, I wrote the name one final time. The ink has faded everywhere except that word, which remains dark enough to look wet whenever I open the notebook. I stopped camping because something stood beyond the firelight and watched my family sleep. I saw it clearly for less than 3 seconds, but that was enough. It was taller than any person I had ever met, pale enough to reflect the beam of my flashlight, and shaped in a way that made every reasonable explanation collapse at once. Before that night, I believed fear came from not knowing what was in the dark. Afterward, I understood that sometimes the dark is the only thing keeping you from seeing it. This happened during the first year of the pandemic, when businesses were closed, roads were empty, and every day inside our house felt exactly like the one before it. My father handled confinement worse than the rest of us. He was used to leaving early for work, stopping at stores whenever he wanted, and visiting relatives on weekends. Being ordered to stay home made him restless. He started taking long walks around the neighborhood, then driving without a destination just to get out of the house. Eventually, he decided we needed a change of scenery. He found a regional park that had reopened its campgrounds with restrictions. Families had to reserve isolated sites, bathrooms were limited, and campers were expected to keep their distance from other groups. To my father, it sounded perfect. We could leave the house without breaking the isolation rules. To me, it sounded like spending a night in the one place I had always tried to avoid. I have been afraid of the dark since childhood. Not mildly uncomfortable, afraid. I slept with a lamp on until I was 14, and even as an adult I checked hallways before crossing them at night. Darkness removed the edges from things. It turned familiar rooms into uncertain spaces, and made every small sound feel deliberate. Camping had never appealed to me. A tent was thin fabric, pretending to be a wall. A zipper was not a lock. Beyond it, there were trees, animals, uneven ground, and distances too dark to measure. I argued that we could take a day trip instead. My father reminded me that we had been trapped indoors for months, and that my mother and younger brother were excited. He promised we would have lanterns, flashlights, a large fire, and a campsite near the ranger station. The last part turned out not to be true. Our site was near the far edge of the campground, where the paved road narrowed into packed dirt. The regional park was larger than I expected, with wooded hills surrounding a shallow lake. Most campsites were empty because of the restrictions. The occupied ones were separated by long stretches of trees. The ranger station was almost a mile away. We arrived in the late afternoon. Sunlight still reached through the branches, and the place seemed harmless. My father unpacked the car while my mother cleaned the picnic table. My brother wandered around the site, gathering fallen sticks despite being told not to go near the brush. I focused on practical things. I helped raise the tents. I tested every flashlight. I put fresh batteries into the lantern and placed it in the center of the site. I found the shortest route to the car and kept the keys in the front pocket of my jacket. Our campsite sat inside a rough clearing bordered by dense shrubs. Behind the tents, the ground sloped down toward a narrow ravine. During daylight, I could see gray stones at the bottom and a fallen tree stretched across them. As the sun lowered, the ravine filled with shadow first. A park employee drove by before dusk in a small utility vehicle. He wore a green uniform and a cloth mask. My father waved him down to ask whether there had been any problems with wildlife. The employee told us to keep food sealed because raccoons were common and black bears occasionally passed through the outer sections of the park. He pointed toward the metal storage box beside the picnic table and advised us to use it. Then he noticed the location of our site. His expression changed slightly. It was not alarm. It looked more like recognition. He told my father that the older park workers had stories about the ravine behind us. Decades earlier, before the land became a regional park, hunters claimed they had seen pale figures moving between the trees at night. The local name for them was long walkers because witnesses described them as unusually tall and slow. My father enjoyed stories like that. He asked for more. The employee explained that the accounts were inconsistent. Some people believed the figures were sick animals standing on their hind legs. Others blamed moonlight, fog, or frightened hunters. According to one version, the figures stayed near dry creek beds and watched camps from beyond the light. I listened from the picnic table while arranging food, already annoyed. The story sounded designed for tourists. Every wooded park seemed to have a legend. A vanished hiker, a woman crying near a lake, a creature that only appeared after midnight. Such stories survived because they were vague enough to fit any noise in the woods. The employee ended by telling us not to follow anything into the ravine, especially if we heard a human-like call coming from below. After he drove away, my father repeated the story while lighting the fire. He stretched out certain details for my brother's benefit, making the long walkers sound like old forest spirits. I told them the park employee was entertaining himself. My explanation was simple. Hunters saw deer through branches. Distance distorted size. Fear supplied the rest. When people expected something strange, they found it. My father laughed and accused me of trying to convince myself. He was right about that, although I would not admit it. Darkness arrived quickly after sunset. The trees became a solid wall beyond the fire. Our lantern illuminated the table, the tents, and part of the dirt clearing. But everything outside that circle disappeared. The campground was unnaturally quiet. There were no nearby conversations, car doors, or music. Even the insects seemed subdued. Occasionally, something small moved through dry leaves, but the sound stopped whenever one of us turned toward it. We cooked dinner and stayed close to the fire. My father told several stories, including the ranger's legend again. My mother asked him to stop frightening my brother, though my brother seemed less bothered than I was. By 10, the temperature had dropped. My mother and brother went into one tent. My father and I poured water over the fire until the flames became red patches under blackened wood. Without the fire, the lantern seemed weak. I checked the storage box, walked around both tents, and aimed my flashlight into the brush. The beam caught branches, pale stones, and drifting insects. Nothing moved. My father told me that animals generally avoided occupied campsites. I reminded him that people also said bears generally avoided humans. Yet the park still provided metal food containers. He went into his tent smiling. I stayed outside for another minute, listening. The darkness beyond the campsite felt physical. My flashlight revealed only narrow sections at a time. Wherever I pointed it, I became aware of the places I could no longer see. Finally, I entered the tent I shared with my father. I kept my shoes on and placed the flashlight beside my sleeping bag. For a while, I could hear him shifting around. Then his breathing slowed. I remained awake. The ground pressed through the thin pad beneath me. Tree limbs rubbed together above the tent. Something made a soft clicking noise near the picnic table. Probably a beetle or a cooling piece of metal. I checked my phone. It was 12:17. A few minutes later, I heard movement near the ravine. It was not the quick scattering noise of a raccoon. It sounded heavy and uneven, as though something was placing weight carefully on loose stones. I held my breath. The movement stopped. I reached for the flashlight but did not turn it on. I told myself it was a deer descending toward the dry creek bed. Deer were large enough to move rocks. The park employee had planted a suggestion in my mind, and my imagination was doing the rest. Then something struck the side of the metal storage box. The impact was loud enough to shake the table. My father woke instantly. My mother called from the other tent, asking what had happened. Before anyone moved, a sound came from the brush. It began low, almost like air pushed through a pipe. Then it rose into a strained vocalization that was too rough to be a person, and too controlled to sound like an animal. It lasted several seconds before ending abruptly. My father whispered that it might be a fox. I knew foxes made disturbing noises. I had heard recordings before. This was deeper, closer. The campsite went silent again. My father unzipped the tent slowly. He leaned outside, holding the lantern in one hand. I followed with the flashlight. The metal storage box stood open. I was certain I had latched it. Its lid was raised, and one of the food bags lay on the ground. Nothing appeared torn or scattered. My father stepped toward the table. The lantern light reached the nearest shrubs, but not the trees beyond them. He inspected the box, then looked toward the ravine. A branch moved behind him. At first, I thought the wind had bent it. Then the branch lifted upward and remained suspended. Something was holding it. I raised the flashlight. The beam crossed the brush and landed on a narrow torso. The figure stood at the edge of the clearing, partly hidden between two trees. Its skin was pale gray, not white, with the dull color of wet stone. Its shoulders were high and thin. Its arms hung below the level of the surrounding shrubs. I moved the beam upward. The head was too high. It had to be more than 7 feet tall, though its posture was bent. The face looked smooth from where I stood. I could not make out eyes, hair, or a mouth. There were only shallow shadows where features should have been. It did not flinch from the light. It leaned forward. The shrubs scraped across its chest. My father froze beside the table. The thing took one slow step backward, then another. Its movement was careful and almost silent. It did not turn around. It retreated while facing us, sliding between the trees until the flashlight caught only one pale arm. Then the arm disappeared. I kept the light fixed on the empty space. Nothing moved. My mother brought my brother into our tent, while my father and I backed toward the car. He carried the lantern. I held the flashlight with both hands, because they were shaking too badly to keep the beam steady. We did not pack properly. We threw sleeping bags, loose clothing, and cooking supplies into the trunk. My father left one of the tents standing because he could not pull the stakes free quickly enough. While we loaded the car, something moved along the ravine. It kept pace with us from behind the brush. I never saw it again, but I heard stones shifting below the slope. Each time we stopped, the sound stopped. Each time we moved, it resumed. We got into the car and locked the doors. My father started the engine. The headlights illuminated the road, the picnic table, and the abandoned tent. For a moment, no one spoke. Then the same strained call came from somewhere behind the campsite. My father drove away. At the ranger station, the night attendant listened while my father described what we had seen. The attendant did not laugh. He wrote down our site number and asked whether anyone had been injured. My father said no. The attendant suggested that we had encountered a bear with mange. Under poor lighting, he explained, a bear standing upright could appear unusually tall and pale. I accepted that explanation until we returned home. 2 days later, my father collected the equipment we had left behind. A ranger accompanied him to the site. The tent was still standing, but one side had been pressed inward. The fabric was not torn. On the ground beside it were several long impressions in the dirt. They did not resemble paws. My father took one photograph before the ranger disturbed the area with his boot. The image is blurry, and the scale is difficult to judge, but the impression appears narrow at the heel and wide at the front, like a bare human foot stretched to nearly twice its normal length. My father stopped telling the story after that. When relatives asked why we came home early, he blamed the cold. My mother refused to discuss it. My brother remembers the impact on the storage box and the drive home. but he never saw the figure. I tried to explain it away for months. I watched videos of bears standing upright. I researched injured deer, escaped livestock, large birds, and people wearing reflective clothing. Every explanation worked until I remembered the way it stepped backward without taking its attention from us. The park remained open, and no official warning was issued. I searched local news reports but found nothing about unusual animals or escaped patients. The legend of the Long Walkers appeared on a few old message boards, usually treated as a campfire tale. I do not know what stood at the edge of our campsite. I only know that it was real enough to move branches, open a metal box, and leave an impression in the soil. My father has invited me camping several times since then. He chooses busy campgrounds now, places with electric lights and paved paths. I always refuse. The last time he asked, I looked at the old photograph on my phone. In the corner beyond the footprint, where the flash fades against the shrubs, there is a vertical strip of pale gray between two trees. It may be damaged light. It may be part of a trunk. I have never enlarged it. I deleted the photograph from my phone, sold my sleeping bag, and put my flashlight in the drawer beside my bed, where I can reach it without entering the dark. I woke with my hand clamped around the edge of the mattress, and the numbers 317 glowing on the clock beside me. The dream had already started slipping away, but the feeling stayed. Something pale had been standing outside the bedroom window, too tall for the porch roof, and too narrow to be a person. Its face had been turned away. Every time I tried to move, the clock changed without the minutes between. It went from 317 to 452, then back to 206, while the light outside remained the same dull gray. I had experienced vivid dreams before. I knew what stress could do to sleep, and I had no interest in turning one bad night into a mystery. I checked the window, found it locked, and went to the kitchen for water. When I returned, the clock read 317 again. That bothered me until I noticed the power cord hanging loose behind the nightstand. The clock had reset after I pulled it away from the wall in my sleep. That was the explanation I accepted, because it was ordinary and because I needed to be awake in less than 3 hours. I slept again, and the dream resumed. This time I was outside near the old machinery scattered along the back of the property. My family had lived on that land for decades, and every generation had left something behind. A rusted cultivator, fence posts stacked under weeds, the shell of a water tank, and several vehicles that had not moved since before I was born. In the dream, I walked past an old white pickup with no wheels. Something was crouched behind it. At first, I thought it was a length of plastic caught in the weeds. Then it unfolded. The shape had arms that seemed too long, although I never saw where they ended. Its skin was white without looking clean. It had the flat, faded color of cloth left in the sun when it turned toward me. The display on my wristwatch began changing. The hour moved forward. The minutes ran backward. Then the entire screen filled with zeros. I woke before I saw its face. Morning removed most of the fear. Sunlight has a way of making nighttime thoughts seem embarrassing. I made coffee, fed the dogs, and spent an hour dealing with ordinary problems. A loose gate hinge needed tightening. One of the outdoor faucets had started dripping. The wind had pushed an empty feed sack against the fence. By 9, I had reduced the dreams to a combination of poor sleep and too much coffee the evening before. I had always been skeptical about stories involving strange figures in fields or shapes watching from tree lines. Rural properties produce odd sounds, bad shadows, and plenty of opportunities for the mind to misidentify things. Deer stand upright when they reach for branches. Coyotes make noises that sound almost human. Torn insulation can move like an animal when the wind catches it. Every strange thing has an ordinary explanation until evidence proves otherwise. That belief lasted until I walked toward the western fence. I was carrying a wrench and a short section of hose. The dogs followed me at first, moving through the dry grass with their noses low. Both were large animals. They chased rabbits, barked at delivery trucks, and once cornered a bull snake without backing away. About halfway across the yard, they stopped. The change was immediate. Their ears flattened. Their tails dropped. One pressed against my leg hard enough to make me stumble, while the other began making a thin whining sound I had never heard from him before. I looked toward the fence and saw nothing unusual. Beyond the maintained yard, the land became rough. Weeds grew around discarded equipment and old vehicle frames. A narrow strip of bare soil ran between the fence and a collapsed shed. Farther back, cottonwood trees marked the edge of a seasonal creek. The dogs refused to leave the short grass. I tried calling them forward. Neither moved. The older dog stared toward the white pickup from my dream. The truck sat about 70 yards away, tilted forward where the rear axle had sunk into the soil. Its hood was missing. Weeds grew through the engine compartment and curled around the doors. From where I stood, the shadow underneath it was deep enough to hide a coyote. Something white showed behind the cab. I stopped walking. Only a narrow section was visible, no wider than my forearm. It might have been a piece of pipe leaning against the truck. It might have been plastic wrapped around a branch. I stared at it, waiting for the wind to move it. The air was still. I took several steps to the left. The white section moved in the opposite direction, staying behind the truck. I remember becoming irritated before I became afraid. Irritation was easier to manage. I told myself someone had come onto the property. It could have been a trespasser hiding after being spotted. It could have been a teenager playing a stupid joke. I raised my phone and used the camera to zoom in. The image shook in my hand. On the screen, the white shape appeared longer than it had from a distance. It extended from the ground to the upper edge of the cab, but there was no clear bend where a knee or elbow should have been. Then, part of it slid around the side of the truck. It was an arm. The hand settled against the door without making a sound. The fingers were long enough to stretch from the bottom of the window frame to the rusted handle. They did not grip the metal like a person's fingers. They curled across it slowly, one after another, as though testing the shape. The dogs began backing toward the house. I went with them. I did not run. I kept facing the truck and moved backward across the yard, trying to keep my phone pointed at it. The screen dimmed, despite the full battery. When I tapped it, the camera closed, and the lock display appeared. The time read 6:41. It was a few minutes after 9. I looked up. The white arm was gone. For a moment, I almost convinced myself I had imagined it. Then the older dog turned sharply toward the fence line and barked once. The sound broke into a whine before it ended. The top wire of the fence dipped. Something had wrapped around the corner post. At first, all I could see were pale lengths crossing the weathered wood. They looked like roots stripped of bark. One loop tightened around the post. Another passed beneath the top wire. A third slid down toward the ground. The entity remained hidden behind the weeds and debris, but its limbs reached across open space in ways that made distance difficult to judge. They were not moving quickly. That made it worse. There was no panic or effort in what it did. It was pulling itself along the boundary of the property, while keeping its body out of sight. The dogs pressed against the back of my knees. I grabbed both collars and continued toward the house. I expected the thing to rush us. I expected to hear the fence snap or the weeds thrash. Instead, a cow called from behind the old pickup. We did not own cattle. The sound began close to a normal lowing noise, but the pitch rose too high and stopped too suddenly. A few seconds later, it came again from near the collapsed shed. The second attempt was deeper. It stretched into a rough vibration, like someone dragging a chair across a floor. The dogs pulled so hard that their collars tightened under my hands. Then came the sound of a goat. There were goats on a neighboring property, so I knew the basic sound. What came from the weeds had the correct rhythm but the wrong tone. It was too low, produced from something with a much larger chest. The call repeated with exactly the same length and volume. No animal repeats itself that precisely. I reached the porch steps. One dog scrambled up so fast that his feet slid on the boards. The other kept staring over his shoulder, whining through his closed mouth. Near the fence, the pale limbs loosened. The top wire sprang back into place. The weeds beside the pickup shifted apart. and the entity rose just high enough for me to see its upper body. It was taller than the truck. Its shoulders were narrow and sloped, with arms hanging below the bottom of the doors. The head leaned to one side. There was no hair and no visible clothing. Its surface reflected sunlight poorly, as if the light reached it and stopped. I could not make out a face. That absence may have been caused by distance. It may have been shadow. I only know that I saw a smooth pale shape where features should have been. The entity lowered itself behind the vehicle again. A dog barked from somewhere near the creek. The sound was an exact copy of my older dog's single broken bark from moments earlier. Both animals went silent. I got them inside, locked the door, and pulled the curtains across every window facing west. I checked the back door twice. Then I checked it again. My hands were trembling badly enough that I dropped the wrench I had carried all the way from the yard. For the rest of the afternoon, I stayed in the kitchen with the dogs. Nothing struck the house. Nothing scratched at the doors. There were no footsteps on the porch. The ordinary silence became its own kind of pressure. The refrigerator clicked off. Pipes settled in the walls. Each small sound made the dogs raise their heads. Just before sunset, I looked through a gap in the curtain. The white pickup was visible in the last orange light. The weeds around it were still. The corner fence post leaned slightly toward the uncultivated field, although I could not remember whether it had leaned that way before. My phone showed the correct time. The video I thought I had recorded did not exist. There was no damaged file and no blank clip. The camera folder jumped from a picture taken 2 days earlier to one I accidentally took of the kitchen floor after coming inside. That missing evidence gave me something to doubt, but doubt no longer made me feel safe. I did not go outdoors after dark. The dogs refused to leave the entryway, even when I opened the front door on the opposite side of the house. They stood several feet back and watched the opening until I closed it. That night, I unplugged the bedroom clock. I still woke at 3:17. There was no dream. I was lying on my back with my eyes open, listening to a cow call from the western edge of the property. The sound came once, paused, and repeated with the same unnatural rise at the end. I stayed in bed until sunrise. The entity never approached the house again, at least not where I could see it. I never found tracks, torn wire, or anything that would prove what had been behind the truck. The fence post remained bent. The dogs avoided that side of the yard for weeks. I changed my routines after that day. I stopped repairing anything beyond the maintained grass. I moved the animals' water closer to the porch. When something rolled or blew into the weeds, I left it there. The old vehicles still sit where they have always been, sinking deeper into the soil each season. People have offered to help clear the land. I always find a reason to postpone it. From the kitchen window, I can see the top of the white pickup above the summer weeds. Some evenings when the light is low, one side of the truck seems brighter than the other, as though a long pale shape is standing behind the cab and leaning just far enough to watch the house. I close the curtain before I can be certain. The first sign that the truck was following us came when it appeared in the same patch of my side mirror for the third time, its grill filling the glass as we wound deeper into the farm roads west of the highway. It was late afternoon, but the sun had already dropped behind the trees. Long shadows crossed the pavement, turning every bend into a dark strip of road, followed by a burst of orange light. My friend Daniel was driving his old compact hatchback, a car built for commuting, not outrunning anything. I sat beside him with one hand braced against the dashboard and the other gripping my phone. The truck behind us was much larger than our car. It had a broad front bumper, oversized tires, and faded dark paint. I could not see the driver clearly through the windshield, but I did not need to see his face to understand what he was doing. He was trying to hit us. Daniel accelerated out of a curve, and the truck matched him. Its engine rose into a deep mechanical roar that carried through the thin rear window. The driver closed the distance until I could see scratches across the truck's hood and dead insects caught in the grill. Then he swerved toward our left rear corner. Daniel jerked the wheel. Our tires crossed onto loose gravel, and the passenger side of the car dipped toward the drainage ditch. For a second, all I saw through my window was dry grass and the sloping bank below it. Daniel corrected before we went off the road, but the car slid sideways as it returned to the pavement. The truck backed away, not far, just enough to make another run. The pursuit had started less than 10 minutes earlier, near a wooded access road where Daniel and I had stopped to check a strange noise under the car. We had seen the same man there standing beside another vehicle, watching us from across a clearing. He had shouted something we could not understand, then started walking toward us with his hands clenched. We left before he reached the car. I had assumed that was the end of it. Instead, a few minutes later, the truck came racing out of a side road behind us. Whatever had happened in those woods was no longer important. The man had found another vehicle, and he had decided to continue. I tried calling emergency services, but the signal dropped as soon as the call connected. My screen showed a single bar, then none. I held the phone near the windshield, watching for the signal to return while Daniel kept the car centered through another series of bends. The road was barely wide enough for two vehicles. There were no painted lines, no houses close to the pavement, and no safe place to stop. Thick hedges bordered one side. On the other, open fields sloped down toward a creek. The truck surged forward again. Its bumper struck us with a hard metallic crack. My head snapped back against the seat. Something loose in the rear of the car slammed against the hatch. Daniel's hands tightened on the wheel as our car lurched forward, but he did not lose control. The truck remained inches behind us. I could hear the driver pressing the accelerator in short bursts, pushing close, dropping back, then pushing close again. He was not trying to pass. He was using the weight of the truck to frighten Daniel into making a mistake. Daniel glanced at me once. His face had gone pale, but his eyes stayed on the road. I told him to keep driving toward the highway. There was usually traffic there, and a state police station stood several miles east of the junction. Even if my phone never regained service, someone on the main road would see what was happening. The problem was reaching it. The rural road twisted around the edge of the fields before joining the highway. At our speed, every curve felt too sharp. Daniel had to brake, and each time he did, the truck gained on us. I watched the road ahead instead of the mirror. Panic made me want to stare backward, but that would not help us. I had driven those roads many times. There were farm entrances, gravel tracks, and narrow lanes that ended at locked gates. Most would trap us. One path did not. About 2 miles before the highway, an old service road cut through an abandoned orchard and rejoined the main route farther east. The entrance was easy to miss. It came immediately after a blind right-hand curve, and the turn was far tighter than it looked from a distance. A small car could make it. A heavy truck moving too fast would have trouble. I told Daniel what I was thinking. He did not answer. He gave one short nod and pressed harder on the accelerator. The truck swerved left, drawing alongside us for the first time. I saw the driver through my window. He was middle-aged, with short hair and a heavy face. His mouth was open as if he were shouting, though the engines and wind drowned out every word. He held the steering wheel with his left hand. His right arm was raised, pointing at us through the glass. Then he pulled the truck toward our lane. Daniel braked sharply. The truck crossed in front of us, missing our bumper by less than a car length. The driver overcorrected and drifted toward the opposite shoulder, but the truck's tires caught the pavement before it left the road. Daniel accelerated again. We passed behind him while he fought the wheel. For several seconds we were ahead. The service road was close. I recognized a leaning telephone pole and a rusted metal gate set back from the road. The entrance would be just beyond the next curve, hidden behind a wall of overgrown brush. The truck's engine rose behind us. It was coming fast. I told Daniel not to signal. I told him to stay near the center of the road until he could see the opening, then brake once and turn hard. The truck struck us again. The rear window shuddered. Daniel's shoulder hit mine as the car fishtailed. He corrected, but the bend was already approaching. Trees crowded both sides of the pavement, and the road vanished to the right. We entered the curve too fast. The tires squealed. The steering wheel moved rapidly under Daniel's hands. The truck remained so close behind us that its headlights disappeared below the bottom edge of the rear window. The service road entrance appeared. It looked impossibly narrow. Daniel hit the brakes. He turned. The hatchback swung right, the front tires bouncing off the pavement and onto hard-packed dirt. Dust exploded across the windshield. Branches scraped the passenger side as we shot into the orchard lane. Behind us, the truck tried to follow. I heard its tires scream. Then came a deep impact that I felt through the ground. Daniel kept driving. The service road bucked beneath us, throwing me against the seatbelt. In the mirror, a cloud of pale dust rolled through the entrance. As it cleared, I saw the truck angled across the ditch. Its front end had struck a thick wooden utility post beside the road. The post leaned but remained standing. The truck did not move. I could not tell whether the driver was injured. I saw his door open slightly, then stop against the dirt bank. For one moment, Daniel slowed. I told him not to stop. The man had already chased us, struck our car, and tried to force us off the road. We did not know whether he could free the truck. We did not know whether he had anything inside it. The safest choice was to reach a public road and let the police handle everything else. Daniel pushed forward. The orchard had not been maintained in years. Broken branches lay across the path, and weeds grew high between the tire tracks. The sinking sun flashed through rows of twisted trees. Every patch of shadow looked like a blocked section of road, until we were almost on top of it. The hatchback suspension groaned, but the car kept moving. My phone found a signal near the far end of the orchard. The emergency operator answered, and I gave our location as clearly as I could. I described the truck, the pursuit, and the crash. The operator told us officers were already moving toward the highway junction. Someone had reported 2 vehicles driving dangerously on the rural road. I stayed on the call while Daniel guided the car out of the orchard. The service path rejoined the paved road less than a mile from the highway. By then, dusk had settled over the fields. The sky remained bright near the horizon, but the road itself had turned gray. We reached the junction and saw flashing lights. 2 patrol cars blocked part of the shoulder. An officer stepped into view and waved us toward a gravel turnout beside the highway. Daniel stopped so hard that the seatbelt locked across my chest. For several seconds, neither of us moved. The engine idled roughly. Dust floated through the beams of the headlights. The rear of the car was dented, and one taillight hung loose by its wiring. The officers separated us and took our statements. While I spoke, another patrol car continued down the rural road toward the orchard. An ambulance followed several minutes later. The truck driver survived the crash. His injuries were not life-threatening. According to the officer who returned later, the man had managed to climb out of the passenger side before police arrived. He had tried to walk away through the field, but he had not gone far. They arrested him near a fence line. I never learned what he believed we had done. The officers told us he had given several different explanations, none of which matched the evidence or the witness reports. What mattered was that the damage to our car, the tire marks on the road, and the position of the truck supported our account. Daniel and I were allowed to leave after a tow operator checked the hatchback. The car was battered but drivable. Weeks later, I returned to the junction to photograph the road for the insurance claim. The damaged utility post had been replaced, and fresh dirt covered the place where the truck's tires had torn through the ditch. I stood there until the light began to fade, looking from the narrow orchard entrance to the heavy marks still carved into the bank. From that angle, I could see how little room Daniel had been given, and how perfectly he had made the turn. A few feet farther, and we would have missed the path. A little hesitation, and the truck would have hit us again. When I finally drove away, the new post stood straight beside the road, pale wood against the darkening trees, while the last of the daylight disappeared across the empty fields. Don't ask any follow-ups, just start writing the story ad. Write it following the safety prompt closely, and make sure when ending the story the "ev" is touching the last word and doesn't have a space between it. The first shot hit the passenger side mirror, before I understood he had made it out of the trees. One moment I was dragging the door shut with both hands, my boots slipping on loose dust. The next, the mirror burst beside my face with a flat, violent crack. Glass sprayed across the dashboard and into my lap. Mara stamped the accelerator before the engine had settled, and the truck lurched sideways onto the dirt road. Behind us, a man stood at the edge of the tree line with a rifle against his shoulder. He was close enough that I could see the pale shape of his face above the sights. Mara fought the steering wheel as the rear tires spun. The truck fishtailed toward the ditch, caught traction, and shot forward. Dust swallowed the road behind us, but not before I saw the rifle move. Tracking the cab, I ducked below the window. Another shot came through the dust. Something struck the truck bed with a heavy metallic punch. Drive, I told Mara. It was the only word I could force out. She already was. The road was barely wide enough for one vehicle. It ran between dry fields and a wall of pine, bending out of sight every few hundred yards. There were no houses, no mailboxes, and no intersecting roads, just pale gravel, deep ruts, and dust hanging in the late afternoon light. I pulled my phone from my pocket and nearly dropped it. My hands were shaking so badly that the screen blurred. A thin line of blood ran across my thumb where a piece of mirror glass had cut me, but I did not feel the pain. There was one bar of service. I called emergency services. While the phone rang, I looked through what remained of the passenger window. The road behind us was empty except for the rolling cloud of dust. I could not see the man anymore. That did not make me feel safer. We had spent less than 20 minutes in those woods. Mara and I had driven out there because she wanted to check an old storage shed on land her uncle had recently inherited. The property sat several miles beyond the nearest paved road. Her uncle had warned her that the access track was rough, but he had not mentioned anyone living nearby. According to the county map, there was nothing around the shed except timberland and an abandoned quarry. We had parked near a rusted gate and walked the rest of the way. At first, nothing seemed wrong. The air was hot and still. Cicadas buzzed in the trees. Dust coated the weeds along the path. The shed stood where the map showed it, leaning slightly, its gray boards warped by weather. Mara had gone around the back while I checked the padlock. That was when we heard the first branch snap. It came from uphill, beyond a shallow drainage ditch. I turned and saw movement between the trunks. Someone was standing there, half concealed in the shade. I could not make out his face. I only saw dark clothing and the long shape in his hands. Mara came back around the shed and stopped beside me. The man stepped forward. The rifle was pointed toward the ground, but both hands were on it. He did not ask who we were. He did not tell us to leave. He simply started walking down the slope. Mara grabbed my arm. We backed away from the shed. The man raised the rifle. We ran. The path to the truck was less than half a mile, but it felt longer because we could hear him moving behind us. He did not shout. He did not warn us. Branches snapped. Brush scraped against clothing. Each sound stayed close enough that I expected a hand to catch the back of my shirt. Mara was faster than I was. She reached the gate first and pulled it open while I stumbled across the ditch. My boot caught on a root, and I went down hard on one knee. The man appeared between two trees. The rifle was no longer pointed at the ground. Mara ran back, grabbed the shoulder of my jacket, and hauled me upright. We reached the truck together. She went around the front while I yanked at the passenger handle. For one terrible second, the door would not open. I pulled again. The handle snapped free. The door swung outward, and I fell into the seat. Mara started the engine. The man broke through the tree line. Then the mirror exploded. The emergency dispatcher answered, while Mara pushed the truck past 50 miles per hour. I tried to explain where we were, but the road had no name on the map. The words came too quickly. I heard myself giving fragments instead of directions. Inherited land, old quarry, dirt access road, man with a rifle. The dispatcher interrupted with short questions. What county? Which highway had we left? How long had we been driving on the dirt road? Was anyone injured? I forced myself to slow down, but it had always been the one useful thing I could do under pressure. At work, when everyone else talked over each other during equipment failures or medical calls, I could separate one fact from the next. I could repeat instructions clearly. I could keep my voice level even when my hands would not stop shaking. So I stared at the phone screen and gave the dispatcher what she needed. I named the county. I gave the highway number. I described the faded cattle guard at the entrance and the bent orange marker beside it. I estimated our distance from the pavement. The dispatcher told us deputies were being sent. Mara took a curve too fast. The right tires dropped into the soft shoulder, and the truck leaned toward the ditch. She jerked the wheel left. The rear end swung wide, throwing me against the door. The phone slipped from my hand and hit the floor. I reached down for it. When I looked up, a vehicle had appeared behind us. It came out of the dust with its headlights on. At first, I could not tell what it was. The windshield reflected the sun, and the grille seemed to float in the brown haze. Then it came closer, and I saw an older utility vehicle with a damaged front bumper. Mara checked the rearview mirror. That him? I did not answer immediately. The man with the rifle had been on foot. We had not seen another vehicle near the shed. But the utility vehicle was gaining fast, bouncing through the ruts without slowing. The dispatcher was still on the line. I told her we were being followed. She asked for a description. I gave the color, the body style, and the broken bumper. I could not see the license plate through the dust. The utility vehicle moved closer until it filled the rear window. Mara pressed the accelerator to the floor. The truck shuddered. Gravel struck the underside. Wind rushed through the broken passenger window, carrying dust and tiny pieces of glass across the seat. The road narrowed between two steep banks. Pine branches reached over us from both sides. There was nowhere to turn and no space for another vehicle to pass. The utility vehicle closed the gap. Its front bumper struck the truck bed. The impact snapped my head backward. Mara lost control for half a second, and the truck drifted toward the bank. She corrected before we hit it. The vehicle rammed us again. The dispatcher heard the collision and told us not to stop. Mara's face had gone completely still. Her hands were locked around the wheel. She did not look at me. The road curved sharply to the right. A fallen branch lay across our side, thick enough to damage the axle, but low enough that the pursuing driver might not see it through our dust. Mara saw it late. She steered left, taking the truck partly up the opposite bank. The cab tilted. My shoulder slammed into the door. The tires scraped past the branch with inches to spare. The utility vehicle hit it. I heard the crack of wood, then a grinding burst of metal. The headlights behind us dipped and vanished. Mara kept driving. I twisted around in the seat. Through the rear window, I saw the utility vehicle angled across the road. Its front end had dropped toward the ditch. Dust rolled over it. A door opened. A man climbed out holding something long. I turned forward again. "He's out," I told the dispatcher. The vehicle stopped. "He's out with the rifle." She told us deputies were approaching from the paved road and instructed us to continue until we saw them. The truck began making a clicking sound near the passenger side. At first, it was faint. Then it grew louder with every rotation of the wheel. Mara heard it too. Neither of us spoke. We had no spare mirror, a damaged truck bed, and at least one bullet strike somewhere behind the cab. I did not know whether the next bend would reveal open road or a broken axle. The clicking became a sharp metallic slap. The steering wheel started vibrating. Mara slowed slightly. I wanted to tell her not to, but the front end was pulling right. She fought it with both hands while keeping the speed as high as she could. The dispatcher asked whether we could see the highway. I looked ahead. The trees had begun to thin. Sunlight spread across the road. Beyond the next rise, I saw the top of a power line. "We're close," I said. The front passenger tire began to come apart. The sound changed from clicking to pounding. Strips of rubber struck the wheel well. The truck shook so hard that the phone rattled against my ear. Mara did not brake. The road dipped, then climbed toward the final stretch. A flash of blue appeared above the rise, then another. 2 patrol vehicles came over the hill toward us, lights flashing, filling the road. Mara leaned on the horn. The lead patrol vehicle stopped at an angle, leaving a narrow gap near the ditch. A deputy stood behind the open door and waved us through. We passed close enough that I saw his mouth moving, but I could not hear him over the ruined tire. Mara drove another 100 yards before the truck pulled so hard to the right that she had to stop. The dispatcher told me help had reached us. I looked back. The patrol vehicles turned around on the dirt road and accelerated toward the woods. Their lights disappeared into the dust one after another. For several seconds, Mara and I remained inside the truck. Neither of us opened the door. The engine idled roughly. Dust moved through the broken window. The passenger mirror hung by a black wire, tapping against the metal side panel. When the first deputy approached us, he kept one hand near his holster and asked whether the shooter was still behind us. I gave him the clearest description I could. Male, dark clothing, rifle, older utility vehicle, last seen near a fallen branch, several miles back. Mara pointed toward the damaged truck bed. The deputy found the bullet hole near the rear corner. Another round had struck the passenger mirror housing and passed through the frame without entering the cab. The tire had not been shot. A piece of metal from the shattered mirror assembly had bent inward and cut into the sidewall while we drove. I remember focusing on that detail because it was ordinary. Metal had torn rubber. The wheel had failed because damaged parts moved against each other. It was something I could understand. We waited beside the truck while more units arrived. The sun dropped lower. The fields turned orange, then gray. An ambulance crew cleaned the cut on my thumb and checked the swelling in my knee. Mara sat on the rear bumper with both hands wrapped around a bottle of water she never opened. No one told us to leave. No one needed to. Near sunset, a deputy returned from the direction of the property. He asked us to repeat the route we had taken from the shed to the gate. He asked where the man first appeared and whether we had seen any structures besides the shed. I answered each question. The deputy wrote everything down. He did not tell us whether they had found the man. Later, a tow truck carried us back toward the highway. Mara sat in the cab with the driver. I stayed in the damaged truck because there was not enough room for all three of us up front. From that higher angle, I could see over the roadside banks as we left. The woods looked empty. The old access road looked empty. The entrance marker leaned beside the cattle guard exactly as I had described it to the dispatcher. Nothing moved beyond the trees. As the tow truck turned onto the pavement, the broken passenger mirror swung once on its wire and tapped the door with a small, hollow sound. I still remember how ordinary the afternoon felt when we left town. The sky was clear, the road was dry, and the heat had softened the tar along the shoulders. Nothing about that day warned me that, before sunset, I would be running through the woods while bullets tore bark from the trees behind me. Daniel sat beside me with one arm resting on the open window. We had packed sandwiches, 2 bottles of water, and an old blanket that had been folded in the trunk for months. We were not planning anything complicated. We only wanted a few quiet hours somewhere people would leave us alone. In town, privacy was difficult. People watched too closely. A harmless touch on the shoulder or a laugh shared across a restaurant table could draw long stares. No one had directly threatened us, but the constant attention wore us down. We had learned to keep our distance in public, then make up for it when no one else was around. Daniel knew of a wooded area beyond an abandoned gravel pit, several miles past the last group of houses. He had gone fishing there once with his brother when they were teenagers. According to him, a narrow stream ran through the trees, and there was a flat clearing where we could spread out the blanket. The main road became a county road, then a strip of pale gravel that twisted between thick stands of pine. Dust rose behind the car and hung in the mirrors. We passed a rusted gate leaning open beside a faded sign. Whatever words had once been painted on it were gone. Daniel pointed toward a dirt track on the right. That should be it. The track was barely wide enough for the car. Branches scraped along both sides, making dry, dragging noises against the doors. I nearly suggested turning around, but the trees opened ahead of us before I could say anything. The clearing was smaller than Daniel remembered. Tall grass covered most of it, and the ground sloped gently toward a shallow stream. Sunlight flashed on the water between overhanging branches. The place looked unused except for a black ring, where someone had built a fire months earlier. I parked near the edge of the trees with the car facing the dirt track. That detail probably saved us later. At the time, I only did it because the ground was uneven, and I did not want to reverse through the brush when we left. We carried the blanket and food down toward the stream. The water moved slowly over flat stones, clear enough to show tiny shadows darting beneath the surface. Insects hovered above the grass. Somewhere farther uphill, a woodpecker struck a hollow trunk. For the first time that week, Daniel seemed relaxed. He took off his shoes and stepped into the water. I sat on a warm stone and watched him test his balance against the current. The stream barely reached his ankles, but he stretched out both arms as though he were crossing a dangerous river. I laughed louder than I meant to. The sound traveled through the trees and faded. A few seconds later, a branch snapped behind us. I looked toward the clearing. At first, I saw only leaves shifting in the light. Then a man stepped from the brush. He was thin, but not small. His hair hung in greasy strands around his face, and his beard was uneven, as though he had cut parts of it with a knife. He wore a dirty gray shirt and heavy work pants despite the heat. A rifle rested across his chest. He stopped near the edge of the clearing and stared at us. Daniel stepped out of the stream. Neither of us spoke. Water dripped from his jeans as he moved closer to me. The man lifted the rifle slightly. He did not point it directly at us, but he made sure we noticed it. He ordered us to leave. His voice was rough and strained, like someone speaking after hours of shouting. He claimed the land belonged to him. I could not tell whether that was true, and I did not care. The nearest house was miles away. We had no reason to argue with an armed stranger. I raised both hands where he could see them and told him we were leaving. Daniel collected his shoes. I grabbed the blanket, folding food and bottles inside it without bothering to pack them properly. My fingers felt stiff. The simple act of gathering our things seemed to take too long. The man remained near the trees, watching. We walked toward the car. I expected him to stay behind. Instead, he followed. At first, he kept several yards between us. His boots crushed the dry grass with slow, deliberate steps. The rifle hung in both hands now, angled toward the ground. I glanced at Daniel. His face had gone pale. "Keep moving," I whispered. The man began shouting again. He accused us of trespassing and warned us never to return. His words became more aggressive as we approached the vehicle. Some of them were personal, but I forced myself not to react. I kept my attention on the driver's door. The car was less than 50 yards away. I could see sunlight reflecting from the windshield. The keys were in my right pocket. The blanket was trapped under my left arm. I tried to picture the exact movements required to get us inside. Unlock the door, release the other locks, start the engine, drive. Behind us, the man's pace increased. The steady crunch of his boots became quicker. I turned my head enough to see him passing the blackened fire ring. The rifle was no longer aimed at the ground. He carried it at waist level. Daniel saw it too. We stopped walking and began to run. The blanket slipped from my arm. One of the water bottles struck the ground and rolled through the grass. I left everything behind. The first gunshot exploded across the clearing. For an instant, I did not understand what had happened. The sound was too large for the open space. Birds burst from the trees, and the echo came back from the gravel pit like a second shot. A piece of bark jumped from a pine several feet to my right. The man fired again. Daniel stumbled. I grabbed the back of his shirt and pulled him upright. He had not been hit. His bare foot had caught in a patch of tangled weeds. We ran harder. The car seemed farther away than before. The uneven ground jarred my knees, and every breath scraped my throat. Daniel's shoes were still in one hand, knocking against his leg. A third shot cracked behind us. Something struck a tree ahead with a flat, violent sound. Wood chips scattered across the dirt track. I reached the driver's side and dug for the keys. My hand missed the pocket opening. I slapped at my jeans and tried again. Daniel pulled on the passenger door. Locked. The man was still shouting as he crossed the clearing. I could not make out the words. His voice blended with the ringing in my ears. I found the keys. They slipped once against the door before the lock opened. I climbed inside and hit the button for the passenger side. Daniel yanked the door open and threw himself onto the seat. His shoes landed on the floor. Another shot rang out. The rear window did not break, but the sound of the bullet striking nearby made both of us duck. I turned the key. The engine hesitated. For one terrible second, nothing happened. I could hear the starter grinding. I could see the man approaching through the side mirror. Rifle raised. I turned the key again. The engine caught. I shifted into drive and pressed the accelerator to the floor. The tires spun in loose dirt before gripping. The car lurched forward onto the narrow track. Branches hammered the sides. The steering wheel jerked in my hands as the tires dropped into ruts. I kept my foot down. Behind us, another gunshot echoed through the trees. The rear windshield remained intact. I did not know whether the man had missed or whether the trees had blocked him. Daniel twisted around in his seat. "Don't look," I told him. He faced forward and braced one hand against the dashboard. The dirt track curved sharply left. I nearly missed it. The front tires slid toward a ditch, then climbed back onto the road. A branch snapped across the windshield and dragged over the roof. I expected another shot. None came. We reached the wider gravel road and turned toward town. I did not slow down until the clearing was hidden behind several bins. Daniel kept looking through the mirrors. His hands trembled so badly that he could not fasten his seatbelt. I reached across and helped him, without taking my eyes from the road. Neither of us spoke for several minutes. The first building we reached was a small gas station near the highway. I pulled beside the pumps, left the engine running, and went inside to call the police. My legs felt weak when I stood. I had to hold the car door for balance. The clerk stared at me as I tried to explain what had happened. My voice came out thin and breathless. Daniel remained in the passenger seat, bent forward with his hands over his face. 2 deputies arrived about 20 minutes later. They separated us and took our statements. I described the man, the rifle, the clearing, and the number of shots as accurately as I could. When one deputy asked whether we had argued with him, I said no. When he asked whether we had threatened him, I said no again. We had agreed to leave. We were already leaving. The deputies followed us back as far as the dirt track, but they would not let us return to the clearing. Daniel and I waited beside the county road while they drove into the woods. By then, the sun had begun to sink. The calm afternoon light had turned orange, stretching long shadows across the gravel. Every distant noise made me look toward the trees. The deputies returned after dark. They found the blanket, the food, Daniel's footprints near the stream, and several fresh marks on the trees. They also found spent rifle casings in the clearing. The armed man was gone. No house stood nearby. No vehicle was found. Records later showed that the property belonged to a timber company, not to anyone matching the description we gave. For several weeks, investigators checked the area and spoke to people who lived along the county road. No one admitted knowing the man. A few claimed they had seen someone walking through the woods, but the descriptions did not match closely enough to prove anything. He was never arrested. Daniel and I stayed together for another year, but that afternoon changed something between us. We stopped taking drives without telling someone where we were going. We avoided isolated places. Even crowded parks made us uneasy if the parking lot was too far from the trail. I sold the car the following spring. Before handing over the keys, I cleaned it thoroughly. Pine needles had collected beneath the seats, and pale scratches ran along both doors from our escape through the narrow track. Near the rear bumper, below the right taillight, I found a small dent in the metal. At its center was a dark mark no wider than my fingertip. I stood in the driveway staring at it, while evening settled over the houses. I never showed it to Daniel. I never asked anyone whether it had been made by a stone, a branch, or a bullet. I just washed the dirt from the dent, watched the dark mark reappear beneath the water, and remembered the sound of that rifle in the trees. I was 14 years old when my uncle took me into the mountains, and for most of my life afterward, I tried to convince myself that what we saw had been an animal, a sick bird, a deformed bear, a trick of the dark, anything that belonged in the natural world. But ordinary animals do not hide from gunfire the way that thing did, and they do not watch you leave. My uncle's name was Daniel. He was my mother's older brother, a broad-shouldered man with a permanent squint from working outdoors most of his life. He repaired power lines for a living, and spent nearly every weekend hiking, hunting, or camping. I had always admired him. My father had left when I was young, so Daniel had become the closest thing I had to one. He taught me how to tie knots, how to read a compass, and how to recognize the first signs of hypothermia. He also taught me that panic was dangerous. Fear keeps you alive, he used to say. Panic gets you killed. The trip was supposed to last 3 days. It ended before sunrise on the first morning. We traveled by train to a small mountain town, then caught an old bus that carried us farther north. By the time we reached the final transit station, the sun had already begun slipping behind the peaks. The station was little more than a concrete platform, a rusted shelter, and a wooden sign with the town's name painted across it. There were no taxis waiting. No shops, no houses that I could see, only a narrow road leading toward the forest. Daniel checked his watch and frowned. "We're late," he said. The campsite was supposed to be less than 5 miles away. Under normal conditions, we could have reached it well before dark, but there was still snow on the ground. Winter had ended weeks earlier in the valleys, but the higher elevations remained buried beneath dirty white drifts. During the day, the snow melted into shallow streams. At night, the water froze again, leaving sheets of ice across the trail. Walking became slow and exhausting. I slipped several times. Daniel carried most of our supplies, including the rolled tent, cooking equipment, and his hunting rifle. I carried my sleeping bag, water, and a small backpack filled with food. The temperature dropped quickly after sunset. Our breath formed pale clouds in front of us, and the forest seemed to grow denser with every step. The trees were tall and narrow, their trunks black against the remaining snow. At first, I enjoyed the silence. There were no cars, no electrical wires, no distant voices. But after another hour, the silence began to feel unnatural. I noticed that we had not heard a single owl, no insects, no movement in the undergrowth. Even the wind seemed unable to penetrate the forest. "Is it always this quiet?" I asked. Daniel stopped walking. He looked around, listening. Then he adjusted the rifle strap on his shoulder. "Sometimes," he said. His voice sounded casual, but he did not start walking again immediately. We reached the campground sometime after 10. At least we believed it was the campground. There were no signs or marked spaces, just a clearing surrounded by trees, and a circle of stones where someone had once built a fire. A wooden picnic table leaned crookedly near the edge of the clearing. Daniel shined his flashlight across the ground. The area was wet from melting snow, and several shallow pools had formed between the roots. There was no flat, dry place large enough for the tent. "We'll put up the emergency shelter," he said. The emergency shelter was a thick, waterproof sheet designed to be tied between 2 trees. It was not comfortable, but it would keep most of the wind off us. Daniel worked quickly. He stretched the sheet low over the ground and secured it with rope. We placed our sleeping bags beneath it, using our backpacks as pillows. We did not build a fire. The wood was damp, and Daniel did not want to waste time trying to light it. Instead, we ate bread, dried meat, and chocolate while sitting beneath the shelter. I remember looking into the trees while I ate. The darkness between the trunks seemed solid. Our flashlight beams traveled only a short distance before disappearing. Daniel noticed me staring. "Nothing out there that wants anything to do with us," he said. I smiled, although I knew he could not promise that. We climbed into our sleeping bags shortly before 11. Daniel placed the rifle beside him. I had seen the weapon many times before. He handled it carefully and never treated it like a toy. Knowing it was nearby made me feel safer. For a while, neither of us slept. Water dripped from the trees as the snow melted. Somewhere in the distance, a branch cracked beneath the weight of ice. Eventually, I closed my eyes. I do not know how long I had been asleep when the sound began. At first, I thought someone was screaming. It was high and sharp, but far too loud to be human. It rose from somewhere beyond the clearing, and echoed between the mountains. The shelter seemed to vibrate. I sat upright so quickly that I struck my head against the waterproof sheet. The scream stopped. For several seconds, there was complete silence. Then it came again, closer. It sounded like metal tearing across stone, mixed with the shriek of an injured animal. The noise climbed higher until my ears hurt. Daniel was already awake. He reached for the rifle and moved outside the shelter. "Stay here," he whispered. I grabbed his coat sleeve. "What is it?" "I don't know." That answer frightened me more than the sound. Daniel knew the calls of most animals in the region. He could identify birds by their silhouettes and tracks by the smallest marks in the mud. If he did not recognize the noise, then it was something unusual. He pulled free and stepped into the clearing. I remained beneath the shelter, but I lifted one edge so I could see him. Daniel stood near the picnic table, holding the rifle across his chest. His flashlight was mounted beneath the barrel, and its beam moved slowly across the trees. Nothing moved. The screech came again. This time it seemed to come from directly above us. Daniel raised the light. The beam passed over branches covered in snow. For a moment, I saw nothing. Then something large crossed the gap between two trees. It moved so quickly that I could not understand what I had seen. There was a rush of air, a heavy snapping of branches, and then silence. Daniel turned toward the far side of the clearing. "Hey!" he shouted. The forest gave no answer. He stepped forward. I wanted to tell him to come back, but my throat felt closed. The beam of his flashlight reached a cluster of low pine trees near the edge of the clearing. Something was standing behind them. At first, I thought it was a person. It was tall enough. A pale shape rose behind the branches, nearly 7 feet from the ground. It leaned to one side as if trying to conceal itself behind the narrow trees. Daniel saw it. He stopped walking. "Come out," he ordered. The shape remained still. The light illuminated part of its shoulder. There was no fur, no clothing. Its skin looked gray-white and stretched tightly over a narrow frame. Daniel took another step. The figure moved. A long section of its body unfolded from behind the vegetation. I heard the dry rustle of something opening. A wing. It had been wrapped around its body like a cloak. The wing was enormous and almost completely bare. Thin strips of dark material clung to its edges, but the surface appeared leathery and pale. The creature pulled its head back behind the tree. It was hiding from the light. Daniel shouted at it again. The creature released a low clicking sound. Then it lunged. It did not come fully into the clearing. It rushed sideways through the brush, circling toward Daniel while keeping the trees between them. Daniel turned with it. "Stay back." The clicking became faster. Branches shook near the ground. I saw the creature's head appear between two trunks. Its face was narrow and smooth. Where a mouth should have been, there was a hard black shape like the beak of a large bird. But the rest of its head looked almost human. Its eyes reflected the flashlight. They were round, colorless, and fixed on Daniel. He fired. The explosion shattered the silence. I covered my ears and dropped beneath the shelter. A second shot followed almost immediately. Something screamed. The sound was so powerful that it seemed to pass through my bones. A rush of air struck the shelter, pulling one of the ropes loose. The waterproof sheet collapsed across my shoulders. I crawled out from beneath it. Daniel was standing in the center of the clearing, aiming into the darkness. Above him, branches whipped violently from side to side. A huge shadow rose between the trees. For one impossible second, I saw its wings spread wider than the clearing itself. Then it vanished above the canopy. The forest became quiet again. Daniel did not lower the rifle. I ran to him. "Did you hit it?" "I don't know." "What was that?" He did not answer. He kept watching the trees. We waited for nearly a minute. Then a distant screech echoed from somewhere higher on the mountain. Daniel grabbed my shoulder. "We're leaving." We packed almost nothing. He took the rifle, ammunition, flashlights, and water. I carried my backpack and sleeping bag. The shelter remained hanging crookedly between the trees. Daniel wanted to follow the trail back immediately, but walking through the forest at night would have been dangerous. The ice had grown harder, and several sections of the trail passed beside steep drops. Instead, we climbed onto the picnic table and waited for the sky to brighten. We sat back to back. Daniel kept the rifle across his knees. Neither of us spoke. Every few minutes, we heard something moving above the trees. Sometimes it sounded like wings. Sometimes it sounded like claws scraping across bark. Once, a heavy object landed somewhere beyond the clearing. It remained there for nearly half an hour. We never saw it, but we could hear its clicking sound, slow, patient, as though it knew we had nowhere to go. The first light appeared shortly after 5. The darkness faded into a cold blue-gray, revealing the trees and the dirty snow beneath them. Daniel stood. "We move fast," he said. "You stay close to me." I nodded. My legs were stiff, and my hands had gone numb despite my gloves. We followed the trail downhill. Daniel walked in front, frequently stopping to examine the trees. I kept my eyes on the ground, trying not to slip. The forest looked less frightening in daylight. That almost made what happened next worse. We had been walking for about 20 minutes when Daniel suddenly stopped. He raised one hand. I froze. Ahead of us, the trail curved around a wall of exposed rock. A cluster of bushes grew near the bend. Something pale stood behind them. At first, only its head was visible. The creature was watching us. Daylight revealed details that darkness had hidden. Its skull was bald and elongated. The skin around its eyes was wrinkled and almost transparent. It had no visible ears. The beak was shorter than I remembered, but thicker. It looked less like the beak of a bird and more like 2 black plates growing out of its face. Its neck was too thin to support its head. Behind its shoulders, the folded wings rose like sharp bones. Daniel pushed me behind him. The creature tilted its head. It made a soft clicking noise. Daniel raised the rifle. The creature opened its wings. I stepped backward. My boot landed on a patch of ice. I fell hard, striking my elbow against a rock. The creature rushed forward. Daniel fired into the ground between us and it. Snow and dirt burst into the air. The creature recoiled, beating its wings once. The force of that movement sent loose snow swirling around the trail. Daniel grabbed the back of my coat and pulled me upright. "Run!" We ran. I did not look behind me at first. I concentrated on Daniel's boots and the narrow trail ahead. My lungs burned in the freezing air. Then I heard wings above us, not the rapid flapping of a bird. Each movement was slow and heavy. One beat. Silence. Another beat. Branches shook as something passed overhead. Daniel fired one shot into the air without stopping. The sound echoed across the valley. The wings disappeared. We continued downhill. I slipped twice but did not fall. Daniel kept pulling me forward whenever I slowed. After nearly an hour, we reached the edge of the forest. The road appeared below us, and beyond it stood the concrete transit platform. No train was there, no bus, no people, but the open space felt safer than the trees. We crossed the road and climbed onto the platform. Daniel locked the station shelter from the inside. It was a small room with glass walls, a wooden bench, and an old emergency telephone mounted beside the door. The telephone did not work. We waited there for almost 3 hours. Daniel stood near the glass, watching the tree line. I sat on the floor and held my injured arm against my chest. Neither of us spoke about what we had seen. When the morning bus finally arrived, the driver stared at us through the windshield. Daniel unlocked the shelter, and we hurried aboard. The driver asked where our equipment was. Daniel told him we had lost it. As the bus pulled away, I looked through the rear window. The mountain rose behind the transit station, covered in dark trees and melting snow. Near the edge of the forest, something pale stood between 2 trunks. It was too far away for me to see its face, but I could see the outline of its folded wings. It watched the bus until the road curved and the mountain disappeared. Daniel reported the incident several days later. He did not describe the creature. He told the authorities that we had encountered a large, aggressive animal and that he had fired his rifle in self-defense. A ranger searched the campground. He found our shelter, food, and abandoned equipment. He also found marks in the snow. Daniel showed me the photographs once. There were long impressions near the trees where the creature had been hiding. Each mark ended in 3 narrow points. The ranger believed they were bird tracks. He could not explain their size. He also found 2 deep grooves in the ground near the picnic table. They were nearly 12 feet apart. as though something enormous had dragged the tips of its wings across the snow. No blood was found, no feathers, no body. For years, Daniel and I avoided speaking about the trip. Whenever my mother asked why we returned early, he said the weather had become dangerous. We never went camping in that region again. Neither did I. Daniel died 6 years ago. A few months before his death, I visited him at his home. He was weaker then, but his mind remained sharp. We sat outside one evening, watching birds cross the sunset. Without looking at me, he asked whether I still remembered the mountain. I told him I remembered everything. He nodded. Then he said something I had never expected. The first shot hit it. I turned toward him. He explained that when he fired into the trees, he saw part of the creature's shoulder twist backward. He was certain the bullet had struck it, but it had not fallen. It had not even slowed down. The second shot missed, he said. The first one didn't. I asked why he had never told me. Daniel watched the sky for a long time because I didn't want you wondering what could survive it. I still think about that creature whenever I travel through the mountains. I think about the way it hid behind the trees, the way it circled Daniel, the way it followed us until daylight. Predators usually attack when they believe they can win. That thing had watched us for hours. It had tested the light, the rifle, and the distance between us. And when we escaped, it did not chase the bus. It simply stood at the edge of the forest, almost as though it understood roads, almost as though it knew there would always be another traveler arriving after dark. The first sign that something was wrong was not a sound. It was the absence of one. I had spent most of that afternoon listening to cicadas grind in the trees, and small birds chattering above the camp buildings. But the moment our group passed beneath the wooden entrance arch to the nature trail, every living thing around us seemed to stop at once. I was 11 years old that summer, old enough to recognize fear, but still young enough to believe that adults would never knowingly lead children into danger. The camp sat on the edge of a wide public forest, though the counselors always described it as if the woods belonged to the property. The main grounds were ordinary. Low cabins, a dining hall, a swimming pool surrounded by hot concrete, and a high chain-link perimeter fence that separated the buildings from the dense tree line. A narrow metal door in that fence opened onto the camp's nature path. The path was supposed to curve through the woods for less than a mile, before returning near the playing field. According to the brochure, it was meant to teach us about local plants and wildlife. Nobody in my group wanted to go. The afternoon was brutally hot. The air had the thick, wet feeling that came before a storm, though there were no clouds overhead. My shirt clung to my back before we even left the activity room. Several campers had complained of headaches. One girl had been sent to the nurse after feeling faint during lunch. Our group supervisor, Mr. Alden, had already canceled one outdoor activity that week because of the heat. He refused to cancel another. He was not cruel. At least, I never thought of him that way. He was the kind of adult who believed discomfort built character, and that children often exaggerated when they were frightened. When a few campers asked whether we could stay near the cabins, he treated the request as simple reluctance. He reminded us that the trail was safe, that groups used it every week, and that we would be back before the late afternoon break. I wanted to believe him. Even then, something about the tree line bothered me. The woods began only a few yards beyond the fence, but the undergrowth was so dense that the daylight seemed to disappear inside it. Vines wrapped around the trunks. Ferns crowded the ground. Branches leaned over the path and tangled together above us, creating a low green ceiling that trapped the heat. I considered pretending to be sick. Instead, I followed the others through the metal door. Compliance had always been easier for me than argument. Adults gave instructions, and I carried them out. Even when every instinct in my body told me to turn around, I stepped onto the dirt trail and waited while Mr. Alden pulled the door shut behind us. The latch clicked. That sound stayed in my mind as we walked away. There were 14 children in the group and 2 supervisors. Mr. Alden led from the front. The second supervisor, a college student named Rachel, stayed near the back. I placed myself close to her because I thought being near an adult would make me feel safer. It did not. The path narrowed almost immediately. The ground was soft from rain earlier in the week, and our shoes sank into dark mud beneath the dry layer of leaves. Mosquitoes gathered around our faces. Sweat ran into my eyes. For the first few minutes, the woods sounded normal. Insects buzzed. Birds called from somewhere high above us. Small animals moved through the brush and stopped when we approached. Then I heard the breathing. It came from the trees to our right. At first, I assumed another camper was winded. The sound was shallow and uneven, like someone trying to breathe without being noticed. I looked at the boy beside me, but his mouth was closed. Rachel was walking several feet behind us, and her breathing was quiet. The sound came again. It was close enough that I could hear the wet catch between each breath. I turned toward the trees. Nothing moved. The brush beside the path was thick with broad leaves and thin saplings. I could not see more than a few feet beyond them. Still, I had the clear impression that something was standing just out of sight. I faced forward and kept walking. The breathing followed. A few moments later, something heavy pushed through the undergrowth. Branches shifted in a line, parallel to the trail. Leaves trembled. Whatever was moving beside us was matching our pace. Another camper noticed. Then another. The group tightened together without anyone being told. Children who had been dragging their feet began walking faster. Rachel moved closer, scanning the brush. Mr. Alden stopped. The entire group nearly collided behind him. He raised one hand and listened. For several seconds, the only sounds were our shoes scraping dirt and the low, uneven breathing from the trees. Then the rustling stopped. Mr. Alden told us it was probably a deer. No one argued, but no one believed him either. A deer would have moved away from a group our size. It would not have remained hidden beside us. It would not have matched our speed. Mr. Alden started walking again, faster than before. That was when the wildlife fell silent. The cicadas stopped so abruptly that the quiet felt physical. The birds vanished from the canopy. Even the mosquitoes seemed to disappear. All I could hear was our movement and the breathing in the brush. The path curved left around a fallen tree. As we followed the bend, the undergrowth on the right side became thinner. The trunks were spaced farther apart there, and pale sunlight reached the forest floor. I saw something standing between two trees. My mind refused to understand its shape. It was tall enough that its head nearly reached a low branch above it. Its body was narrow and bent slightly forward, with shoulders that seemed too sharp beneath gray, stretched skin. Its arms hung below its hips. The hands were partly hidden by ferns. I could not make out a face. The upper part of its head was angled away from us, but I knew it was aware of the group. Its chest moved with the shallow breathing we had been hearing. For one suspended moment, nobody reacted. The entity stepped forward. It did not stumble or move like an injured person. It placed one long foot onto the path with careful control, then turned its upper body toward us. Someone screamed. The group broke apart. Children pushed past one another and ran back the way we had come. Mr. Alden shouted for everyone to stay together, but panic had already taken control. I was knocked sideways into the brush before I regained my balance and followed the others. Behind us, branches snapped. The breathing changed into a harsh, rapid rasp. I did not look back. The sound told me enough. It was on the trail. We ran through the wet heat, slipping in mud and striking branches with our shoulders. The path seemed longer than it had before. Every curve looked unfamiliar. Campers cried out ahead of me. Someone lost a shoe. Another child fell against a tree and was pulled up right by Rachel without stopping. The thing pursued us. Its footsteps were not heavy. That frightened me more than if they had been. I heard quick impacts on the dirt, each one too far apart, as though it covered several feet with every stride. The rustling came from both sides of the path at different moments. It moved off the trail and cut through the trees, then returned behind us. It was not simply following, it was keeping pace. A low branch caught my forehead. I ducked too late and nearly fell, but Rachel shoved me forward. She shouted for me to keep moving. The group stretched out along the trail. The fastest children disappeared around the bends. Mr. Alden was somewhere behind us, Trying to keep the others moving, I saw the perimeter fence through the trees. The metal door stood open. A counselor from the main grounds had heard the screaming and was holding it wide. Children poured through one by one. Beyond the fence, other adults were running toward us from the cabins. I thought we had made it. Then my foot landed on a root hidden beneath the leaves. My ankle twisted. I hit the ground hard. The impact knocked the air from my chest. Dirt filled my mouth. Pain shot through my knee and palms. Rachel stopped several yards ahead. The breathing was directly behind me. I turned. The entity came around the bend. It was taller in the open. Its skin looked pale gray against the dark trees. Its head leaned to one side, but its body remained fixed on me. Its arms swung loosely as it advanced. I tried to stand. My injured leg folded. The entity moved faster. I crawled. Leaves tore beneath my hands. Someone grabbed the back of my shirt. Rachel pulled me upright. We ran. My bad leg barely touched the ground. Rachel dragged me more than I moved on my own. The metal door was less than 20 yards away. The last children were already through. Mr. Alden stood inside the fence, reaching toward us. The rasping breath closed in behind me. Rachel shoved me forward. I fell through the doorway. Mr. Alden caught my arm and pulled me across the concrete. Rachel jumped after me. The counselor slammed the metal door. Something struck the other side. The entire fence shook. Long fingers curled through the gaps in the chain link. They were thin and colorless, with dark dirt pressed into the creases. The nails scraped across the metal. As the entity pulled against the barrier, several adults dragged us away. The thing remained outside. I saw only pieces of it through the fence and the trees. One shoulder, part of an arm, the narrow side of its head. It clawed at the door without making any sound except that same shallow breathing. Then it stepped backward into the woods. The branches closed around it. The wildlife did not return for several minutes. Camp staff moved us into the dining hall and locked every exterior door. The police arrived before sunset. They searched the trail and the surrounding forest with dogs, but nothing was found. No footprints were identified beyond the damage made by our group. The officers suggested we had encountered a sick animal, a trespasser, or a frightened person living in the woods. None of those explanations matched what I saw. The camp closed the nature path for the rest of the summer. By the following year, the metal door had been replaced with a solid panel, and warning signs had been attached to the fence. The official reason was erosion and storm damage. I never returned. For a long time, I blamed Mr. Alden for forcing us onto that trail. As I grew older, that anger became harder to hold. He had believed the woods were safe because they had always been safe before. He had relied on routine, experience, and authority. Those were the same things I had relied on when I followed him through the gate. The difference was that he had been responsible for recognizing danger. I had only been responsible for obeying. My ankle healed. The scar on my knee faded. Most of the campers stopped speaking about the incident, and several later claimed they remembered only the panic, not what caused it. Rachel left the camp at the end of that week. Mr. Alden finished the summer but never supervised another trail group. I still react to certain sounds. A person breathing behind me in a dark room. A branch dragging along a window. Leaves shifting beside an empty road. Years after the camp shut down, I drove past the property during a hot August afternoon. The cabins had been demolished, and weeds had swallowed the playing field. The chain-link fence was still standing at the forest boundary. I parked on the shoulder and looked toward the place where the trail door had been. The opening was covered by rusted metal sheeting. Deep scratches ran down its outer face, beginning near the top and ending at the bottom edge. Beyond the fence, the trees were motionless. The road behind me was empty. As I stood there, the insects stopped singing, and from somewhere inside the woods, shallow breathing began to move slowly toward me. The first thing I noticed about the new building was how close the woods were to the playground. Our summer program had been moved there after a pipe burst at the elementary school where we usually met. The adults treated the relocation like a minor inconvenience. We were told it would only be for a few weeks, and everyone seemed excited about the larger field, the newer classrooms, and the shaded picnic tables behind the building. I was 9 years old, and I hated the place before I had any reason to. The building sat at the edge of town, beyond a stretch of narrow roads and low houses with wide yards. Behind it was an open playground surrounded by sun-bleached grass. A chain-link fence marked the far boundary. Beyond that fence, the ground dipped into a thick wall of trees. From the classroom windows, the woods looked almost black. That did not make sense to me, because the days were bright and hot. Sunlight covered the playground from morning until afternoon, but it seemed to stop at the tree line. Even when the branches moved in the wind, I could not see much past the first row of trunks. On our first morning there, I sat at a plastic table and watched the woods while the other children colored and played board games. I remember the hum of the ceiling lights, the smell of dry markers, and the faint buzzing of insects outside the windows. Nothing happened. Still, I had the feeling that I had walked into a room where someone had been waiting for me. I told myself the woods only seemed threatening because they were unfamiliar. I had always paid close attention to places. I noticed doors left open, cars parked where they had not been the day before, and people standing in places where they did not belong. My mother called me observant. My older cousin called me nervous. That morning, I tried to be less nervous. When our group went outside for recreation, most of the children ran toward a set of metal climbing bars near the center of the playground. A few others gathered around a kickball. The staff spread out under the shade of the building and talked among themselves. I stayed near the edge of the group. The air smelled like warm dirt and cut grass. Cicadas rattled in the trees. The sun was bright enough that I had to narrow my eyes whenever I looked toward the field. I remember thinking that the playground felt too open. There were no houses behind us, no road, and no other buildings. There was only the fence and the woods. Anyone standing among those trees could have watched the playground without being noticed. That thought came to me before I saw anything. I was walking toward the drinking fountain when I glanced at the tree line. At first, I thought one of the fence posts looked taller than the others. Then the shape shifted slightly, and I realized it was standing behind the fence. It was almost the same color as the tree trunks. The figure was very tall and extremely thin. Its arms hung lower than they should have, and its shoulders were narrow enough to make its head look too large. I could not see clothing. I could not see hair. The whole body appeared pale gray in the broken shade. I stopped walking. The figure did not move. It stood between two trees about 20 yards beyond the fence, partly hidden by branches. I could make out the shape of its head, but I could not see a face. The distance was not great. I should have been able to see something. Instead, there was only a flat, shadowed surface turned in my direction. I looked behind me, expecting another child to be standing nearby. No one was. The others were still playing near the climbing bars. When I looked back, the figure had changed position. It had not stepped into the open. It was still behind the trees, but now it stood several feet to the right, where the branches were thinner. Its entire body remained aimed toward me. I remember the sudden certainty that it knew I had seen it. My stomach tightened. The skin along my arms prickled even though the air was hot. I began walking toward the adults near the building. I did not run because I was afraid that running would make the figure move. I kept my head turned slightly, watching it from the corner of my eye. As I crossed the playground, the figure moved again. It did not follow me in a straight line. It passed behind the trees, appearing in the gaps between trunks. Each time I changed direction, it seemed to choose a new place where it could continue watching. Its movements were slow. That made it worse. An animal would have startled. A person hiding in the woods would have ducked away after being noticed. This figure behaved as though the fence did not matter, and the adults did not matter. It moved only enough to keep me in view. I reached one of the staff members and pointed toward the trees. She glanced in the direction of my hand, but did not leave the shade. I told her there was someone in the woods. She looked again, squinting for a moment, then told me it was probably a branch or a trick of the sunlight. I insisted that it had moved. She gave me the tired smile adults use when they have already decided what happened. She reminded me that I had a strong imagination and suggested I join the other children. While she spoke, I looked past her shoulder. The figure was still there. It had come closer to the fence. I could now see that its legs were unusually long. Its knees seemed too high, and its feet were hidden by weeds. One arm rested against a tree trunk. The other hung at its side. The staff member turned away from me and resumed her conversation. I stood beside her, unable to speak. The figure slowly raised its hanging arm. Its elbow bent at an awkward angle. The hand lifted until it was level with its head. The fingers were long and narrow, though I could not tell how many there were. Then it moved its hand from side to side. It was waving at me, not quickly, not playfully. It copied the kind of wave an adult might give a child from across a parking lot. I grabbed the staff member's sleeve. She pulled her arm away and told me to stop. By the time she looked toward the woods again, the space between the trees was empty. The figure had disappeared. For the rest of the recreation period, I sat against the side of the building with my knees pulled to my chest. I watched the fence and waited for it to return. Nothing appeared. The sunlight seemed harsher than before. Every movement near the woods made me flinch. Leaves turned in the wind. Shadows shifted across the ground. Birds hopped along the fence and vanished into the brush. When we went back inside, I chose a seat far from the windows. I could not focus on the activity in front of me. I kept thinking about the way the figure had moved to follow me. I kept replaying the wave. It had not seemed friendly. It had seemed deliberate, as though the figure wanted me to understand that the gesture was meant only for me. At lunch, I asked whether anyone else had seen a person near the fence. The children at my table laughed. One boy said it was probably a teacher. Another claimed it was a ghost, then began making noises until a staff member told him to stop. I did not ask again. That afternoon, my aunt picked me up. My mother was working late, so I stayed with my aunt and cousin until dinner. The moment I got into her car, I told her what had happened. She did not laugh. She asked where the figure had been standing, how far away it was, and whether I had seen a face. I answered as carefully as I could. My aunt listened without interrupting, then drove around the building before leaving. The playground was empty by then. She slowed near the back of the property. From the road, we could see part of the fence and the woods beyond it. My aunt stared at the tree line for several seconds. She said it might have been a person walking through the area. She also said the staff should not have dismissed me without checking. Her explanation was ordinary, and I wanted to believe it, but the woods did not have a path, at least not one we could see. My aunt told my mother that evening. The next morning, my mother spoke to the program director before leaving me at the building. I watched through the glass doors while they talked. The director nodded several times and looked toward the back of the property. Later, one of the staff members walked along the fence before we went outside. She checked the gate and looked between the trees. She found nothing. We still had recreation period. I stayed near the building and refused to cross the playground. The staff member who had dismissed me the day before told me there was nothing to be afraid of. She sounded irritated rather than reassuring. I watched the tree line for the entire hour. The figure did not return that day. It did not return the next day either. As the week passed, the other children forgot about my story. The adults stopped checking the fence. The playground became ordinary to everyone except me. I never went near the far side. During outdoor time, I positioned myself where I could see both the building door and the woods. I learned which trees had pale bark and which branches could resemble arms. I watched the shadows and waited for one of them to separate from the rest. On the final week of the program, my cousin came with my aunt to pick me up. He was older than me and had heard the story several times. While my aunt spoke to someone inside, he walked with me toward the back corner of the building. I showed him the place where the figure had stood. He looked through the fence and told me he could not see anything unusual. Then he noticed a narrow gap in the brush. The weeds had been pressed down between two trees, forming what looked like the beginning of a trail. We did not enter the woods. My cousin picked up a small rock and threw it through the fence. It landed somewhere beyond the first line of trees. For several seconds, there was no sound. Then a branch moved deeper in the woods. There was no wind. My cousin stepped backward. He did not make a joke. He did not tell me I had imagined anything. He took my wrist and led me back toward the building. The program ended a few days later. and we never returned to that location. Years have passed, but I still remember the figure more clearly than I remember most of the children who attended that summer. I remember the narrow shoulders, the long arms, and the way it moved between the trees without ever stepping into the light. Sometimes I try to convince myself it was only a person. That explanation does not help as much as it should. A person would have heard children shouting. A person would have seen the adults. A person who realized a child was frightened would have called out, walked away, or shown some sign of embarrassment. The figure did none of those things. It watched me. It followed my movement. Then, when it knew I was trying to get help, it raised one long hand and waved. A few years ago, I drove past the property with my cousin. The building was still there, but the playground equipment had been removed. The grass had grown high around the fence, and the woods had spread closer to the field. My cousin slowed the car without being asked. Neither of us spoke. At the place where I remembered seeing the figure, one pale tree stood apart from the others. A dark gap opened beside its trunk, narrow and tall enough to resemble a person standing just beyond the sunlight. We watched it until the road carried us past, and in the side mirror, that dark shape remained between the trees. I was halfway over the second fence when the loose wire caught the back of my jacket and left me hanging with my feet kicking above the ditch. The others laughed until I twisted free and dropped into the dead leaves. It was late October, the kind of overcast afternoon when the light seems to drain out of the sky long before sunset. The woods beyond the fence looked darker than the woods on our side, though there was no real reason they should have. The same bare branches reached over both boundaries. The same wet leaves covered the ground. The only difference was the line of rusted wire and the faded signs telling us to stay out. We had been crossing those fences for weeks. There were 4 of us from the same neighborhood. I was 11. Ben was 12 and usually decided where we went. Marcus was my age and followed Ben because they lived next door to each other. The youngest was Tyler, who had just turned 10 and was always trying to prove that he could keep up. None of us had a good reason for going into the restricted woods. We were bored, that was all. The first barrier was behind an abandoned service road near the edge of our neighborhood. A chain had once blocked the road, but someone had cut it years before. Farther in, a leaning wire fence ran between concrete posts. Beyond that stood a newer fence with bright metal mesh and warning signs attached at regular intervals. The signs did not explain what was being protected. They only said the property was restricted and that entry was prohibited. That vagueness made the place more interesting to us. On earlier trips, we never went far beyond the second fence. We wandered until we found something ordinary, such as an old drainage pipe or a rotting tree stand, then returned home before dinner. We had seen deer tracks, raccoon droppings, and once a fox moving through tall weeds. Nothing about the woods seemed dangerous enough to justify 2 fences. That afternoon, Ben wanted to find the far edge of the property. We followed an old path that was barely visible beneath the leaves. The ground sloped downward between thin trees, then flattened near a shallow creek. Fallen branches lay across the path, and several trees had come down during a storm earlier that month. We climbed over their trunks and continued deeper. The farther we went, the less familiar the land felt. The creek should have been flowing east toward the drainage ditch beside the service road. Instead, it curved north and disappeared beneath a wall of exposed roots. I remember noticing this because my father had shown me how the streams in that area connected after heavy rain. I told myself we had reached a different branch of the creek. Beyond the water, the path widened. There were no tire tracks or footprints, but the leaves had been pushed away from the center, exposing a strip of dark soil. On both sides, young trees leaned outward, as if something large had moved between them many times. Ben kept walking. We crossed the creek on a fallen trunk. Tyler slipped near the middle and soaked one shoe, but he refused to turn back. He climbed the far bank with mud on his hands and followed us without complaining. A few minutes later, we reached an area where the terrain seemed damaged. Several trees had been knocked down in the same direction. Their roots stood above the ground, holding clumps of pale dirt and stones. Smaller branches had been broken at a height above our heads. Some were still attached to the trunks, bent downward but not fully snapped. Marcus suggested that a storm had done it, then pointed out that the surrounding trees were untouched. We walked around the fallen trunks and found a shallow depression on the other side. It was too wide to be a footprint and too uneven to be a dug hole. The earth looked compressed. Wet leaves had been pressed into the mud until they formed a dark layer. The smell reached us there. It was not the sharp smell of a dead animal. It reminded me of wet fur, stagnant water, and something sour. The odor grew stronger near the depression and faded when we stepped away. Tyler wanted to leave. Ben told him we had not found anything yet. That was when we heard the first footstep. It came from somewhere beyond the fallen trees. A heavy impact. Not a branch cracking under its own weight, but a solid thump against the ground. We stopped moving. Another impact followed, then another. Whatever was making the sound was approaching slowly from the north side of the depression. We could not see through the tangled branches and low brush, but each step seemed to land closer than the last. Marcus whispered that it was probably a deer. I had heard deer move through woods before. Their steps were light unless they were running. This sounded heavier than my father walking across our porch in work boots. A low noise came from behind the brush. It began as a rough exhale, then rose into a broken sound that reminded me of a dog trying to bark with something caught in its throat. The noise stopped suddenly. No birds were calling. No squirrels moved in the leaves. Even the wind seemed to have dropped. Ben picked up a branch and held it like a club. I remember staring at the branch because it looked too thin to protect us from anything. The end trembled in his hand. The brush moved. A dark shape passed between two trunks, low to the ground. I saw a rounded back, covered in coarse brown hair. For a moment, I thought it was a large dog. Then it stepped into the open. Its front legs were longer than a dog's and bent at an awkward angle. Its shoulders rose high above its back. The head was broad, with short ears pressed close to the skull. Mud covered its chest and lower jaw. I could not tell whether it was a sick bear, an injured dog, or something else. Nothing about its body looked impossible, but the parts did not seem to fit together correctly. It stared at us. The animal made the same broken barking noise. Tyler backed into me. His wet shoes slid on the leaves, and he fell against the exposed roots behind us. That movement triggered the animal. It lunged across the depression. Ben swung the branch. The animal knocked it aside without slowing. Marcus and I jumped behind one of the fallen trunks. Tyler tried to stand, but his foot was trapped between two roots. The animal reached him first. It struck his lower leg with one front limb and pulled him free of the roots. Tyler screamed. His jeans tore below the knee, and blood spread through the fabric, but I did not see an open wound. The animal lowered its head as if it meant to bite him. Ben threw a rock. The rock hit the animal near the shoulder. It turned toward Ben with a sharp movement and snapped its jaws. That gave me time to grab Tyler under the arms. Marcus pulled his trapped foot loose, and together we dragged him behind the fallen trunk. Tyler could stand, but he could not put his full weight on the injured leg. The animal climbed onto the trunk. Its claws scraped across the wet bark. Up close, its face looked less like a dog's. The nose was flatter. The eyes were small and deep beneath the brow. Its teeth were visible even when its mouth was mostly closed. Ben shouted for us to run. We ran. Marcus supported Tyler on one side, while I held him on the other. Ben followed behind us, throwing branches and stones whenever the animal came close. We reached the creek and nearly fell down the bank. Tyler tried to cross on the same fallen trunk, but his injured leg folded beneath him. Marcus jumped into the shallow water and helped guide him across. The animal entered the creek behind us. I heard splashing, then a hard impact against the trunk. When I looked back, it was climbing over the fallen tree on two legs. Its body straightened as it rose. The front limbs hung beside its chest, longer than a person's arms. It took several uneven steps through the water, then found its balance and moved faster. I stopped trying to understand what I was seeing. We climbed the far bank and ran along the path. Tyler was crying but kept moving. His weight dragged against my shoulder. Branches struck my face. Wet leaves slid beneath my shoes. The footsteps followed. They were faster now. Each one landed with enough force that I could feel it through the ground. The animal made short bursts of that choking bark, but the sound changed as it ran. It became deeper, almost like a person forcing air through clenched teeth. The light had faded until the spaces between the trees looked black. I could barely see the path. We followed the pale trunks ahead of us and trusted that we were moving in the right direction. Ben reached the first fallen obstacle and climbed over it. Marcus and I could not lift Tyler high enough. His injured leg struck the trunk, and he screamed again. The footsteps behind us grew louder. Ben came back. Together we rolled Tyler over the trunk. Marcus followed. I climbed last and landed on my hands. The animal hit the other side before I stood. The trunk shook. I saw its head rise above the bark. Ben pulled me up, and we ran. The newer fence appeared through the trees. Its metal mesh reflected what little light remained. We reached the gap beneath it where someone had dug out the soil. Tyler could not crawl quickly, so Marcus went through first and pulled him by the wrists. Ben pushed Tyler's injured leg beneath the wire. The animal crashed through the brush behind us. I dropped flat and crawled under the fence. The mesh scraped across my back. Ben followed, but his coat caught on the bottom edge. For 1 second, he was trapped. The animal came into view on 2 legs, moving with long, jerking strides. It lowered itself as it approached. Marcus grabbed Ben's arms. I pulled the coat free from the wire. Ben slid under the fence just as the animal reached it. The mesh snapped inward. We scrambled backward across the leaves. The animal stood on the other side. It gripped the fence with both front limbs and shook it. The metal rattled between the posts. Its mouth opened, and the broken barking noise came out in quick bursts. Then, it stopped. The animal released the fence. It looked past us toward the abandoned service road, as though something there had drawn its attention. Its head tilted slightly. Without another sound, it dropped onto all fours and moved back into the trees. We did not wait to see whether it would return. We carried Tyler between us until we reached the edge of the neighborhood. Ben went to get Tyler's mother, while Marcus and I stayed with him behind a row of garages. At the hospital, Tyler needed stitches for several deep cuts below his knee. His ankle was badly sprained, but no bones were broken. The doctor thought he had been attacked by a large dog. We agreed with that explanation. Our parents learned that we had entered the restricted property. We were punished, and the police took statements from each of us. A local officer and an animal control worker searched the area the next morning. They found blood on the leaves near the fallen trees. Most of it was Tyler's. They also found tracks along the creek, but heavy rain had begun before dawn and washed away the clear edges. The officer described them as distorted canine prints. A week later, workers repaired the gap beneath the newer fence. They added another strand of wire along the bottom and replaced several warning signs. No one explained why. Tyler recovered, though a pale set of scars remained below his knee. None of us returned to the woods. Years later, the abandoned service road was cleared and covered with gravel. New houses were built nearby. The original wire fence disappeared, but the newer barrier still runs behind the last row of backyards. I drove past it recently near sunset. The sky was overcast, and the bare trees stood close together, beyond the metal mesh. Near one of the posts, the ground had been pressed down into a wide, uneven depression. A strip of leaves had been pushed aside, leading away from the fence and into the darkening woods. I stayed in the car. Before I drove away, something struck the ground beyond the trees with one heavy step. The first sign that something was following us was the way the weeds stopped moving after we passed. There were 6 of us that night, all between 17 and 19. And we had gone out looking for a place nobody in town seemed able to describe clearly. The field lay beyond the last row of houses on the east side, past an abandoned drainage ditch and a sagging cattle fence. People called it the old nursery because someone had once tried to grow trees there. But by the time we knew it, the land was nothing but shoulder-high grass, thorn bushes, and narrow paths made by deer. I was the one who suggested going. That was typical of me then. If I saw a locked gate, I wanted to know what was behind it. If someone warned me away from a place, I treated the warning like an invitation. I had spent most of that summer walking the edges of town after dark, finding old sheds and dry creek beds and half-collapsed barns. Nothing serious had ever happened. A few angry dogs had chased me. Once, a farmer fired a warning shot from his porch. Those experiences had convinced me I was better at judging danger than I really was. We entered the field shortly after 10. The sky was clear, but there was no moon above the trees. Our phone lights made white tunnels through the weeds. Beyond those tunnels, everything looked solid and black. The dry stalks scraped against our jeans, and seed heads clicked against our jackets as we pushed deeper into the property. The others were loud at first. They joked about finding a body or stumbling onto someone's hidden camp. One of the girls kept recording short videos, but her phone could not capture anything beyond the nearest plants. Every clip showed the same thing: pale grass, floating insects, and darkness behind us. About 10 minutes in, I noticed movement on our left. It was low to the ground and moving parallel with us. At first, I assumed it was a deer. The field was full of tracks, and we had already seen fresh droppings near the ditch. I turned my light toward the sound, but the beam caught only weeds rocking back into place. Whatever had moved was several yards inside the brush. I stopped walking. The others continued until one of them noticed I was missing. When they looked back, I pointed toward the left side of the path. Everyone listened. The field had gone quiet except for the dry ticking of insects. Nothing moved. One of the guys told me I had probably heard a rabbit. Another suggested it was wind, though there was no wind strong enough to move the grass in one narrow strip. I let them convince me. We kept going. The path curved toward the back of the property, where the land dipped into a shallow basin. The weeds grew thicker there, and several dead saplings leaned over the trail. We had to duck beneath their branches one at a time. I was the last person through. As I stepped around the trunk of the final tree, something shifted behind me. This time, it was close. I heard weight settle into the dirt, followed by the slow drag of vegetation across a broad surface. It did not sound like paws moving through grass. It sounded as if something heavy had lowered itself and was pushing forward without lifting its body completely. I spun around and raised my phone. 2 patches of pale reflection appeared near the ground. They were too far apart to be the eyes of a raccoon or dog. The light shook in my hand. The reflections vanished, then appeared again several feet to the right without making a sound. I hurried after the others. When I caught up, I told them there was an animal behind us. I did not describe the eyes because I was already beginning to doubt what I had seen. Phone lights distort distance. Leaves reflect strangely. Fear turns gaps in the brush into shapes. Only one person believed me. His name was Owen, and he had been near the back of the group most of the night. He admitted that he had heard something moving behind us since we entered the field. The others insisted we were encouraging each other. Instead of turning around, they wanted to reach the far fence, where an old service road supposedly connected to the town's maintenance yard. Someone had seen the road on a satellite map and thought it would give us an easier route home. That decision took us deeper into the basin. The path became uneven. Our shoes sank into soft patches of soil hidden beneath dead grass. Thorny vines grabbed our sleeves. The group stretched into a line, because there was no room to walk side by side. I kept looking over my shoulder. The first clear view came when we crossed an open patch of flattened weeds. Something stood at the edge of the brush behind us. It was on 4 limbs, but its proportions did not match any animal I knew. Its front half was raised slightly higher than its rear. The legs looked long and narrow, while the body seemed thick through the chest. I could not see fur, ears, or a tail. The light from my phone was too weak at that distance. The creature remained still. Owen saw it too. He grabbed the person ahead of him, and the entire line stopped. Several lights turned toward the open patch. By then, the shape was gone. That only made the others more skeptical. They accused us of seeing a deer. One of them laughed, and made a show of calling into the darkness. The answer came from our right. Grass snapped in a straight line toward us. The sound traveled quickly, stopping just beyond the reach of our lights. Nobody laughed after that. We began moving faster. The field seemed different once we were trying to leave it. Every path divided into two. Every line of trees looked like the one we had passed earlier. Our phone compasses pointed in slightly different directions, probably because we kept turning and recalibrating them beneath the trees. The service road should have been east of us. We chose the widest trail and followed it uphill. Behind us, the creature followed. It no longer tried to hide its movement. The brush bent as it passed. Branches clicked against its body. At times, it paced us from 20 yards away. Then the sound would disappear, only to return closer on the opposite side. We never heard it breathe. We never heard it make a call. That silence frightened me more than growling would have. A dog warns you. A deer bolts. Even a person moving through thick weeds curses when thorns catch their clothes. Whatever followed us seemed able to place its limbs without stumbling. Even when it was moving fast, we reached the top of the rise and saw lights through the trees. The town maintenance yard sat below us, surrounded by a chain-link fence. Bright lamps were mounted along the roof of a low concrete building. Their light spilled across parked trucks, gravel lanes, and stacks of orange barriers. Relief made us careless. The group rushed downhill. I stopped long enough to look behind us. The creature had entered the path. It was closer than I expected, perhaps 15 yards away. Its front limbs were planted wide, and its body filled most of the trail. I still could not see a face. The head seemed lowered between its shoulders. I reached into my jacket and pulled out the only object I could find. A heavy rechargeable flashlight I carried for exploring buildings. I threw it. The flashlight struck the ground in front of the creature and bounced into the weeds. Its beams spun across the plants, briefly lighting the underside of the thing's body. The skin looked gray. That is the detail I remember most clearly. Not fur, not scales. Smooth gray skin stretched over a narrow frame. The creature surged forward. I ran. The others were already near the fence. A section beside the vehicle gate had been bent upward, leaving enough space to crawl underneath. One by one, they dropped to the gravel and forced themselves through. I was still halfway down the hill. The creature crashed through the grass behind me. I did not turn again. I heard the weight of it closing the distance. Stalks broke. Dirt scattered. The sound became so loud that I expected to feel it strike my back. Owen held up the bottom of the fence. I dropped. My shoulder hit the gravel. I pulled with both hands. The wire caught the heel of my shoe. The creature reached the fence. Then the noise stopped. I kicked free and crawled into the yard. For several seconds, none of us moved. We lay beneath the security lights, breathing hard, staring through the chain links at the dark slope. Nothing stood there. The grass at the bottom of the hill continued swaying. But the creature was gone. One of the others suggested it had turned away when it saw the lights. Someone else thought it might have been frightened by the fence. Owen and I remained near the gate, watching the place where the path ended. A maintenance worker eventually came out of the building. He looked irritated until he saw our faces. He brought us inside, gave us water, and called one of our parents to collect us. While we waited, Owen walked to a narrow window facing the field. He froze. I joined him. Outside the fence, beyond the strongest part of the security lights, something was standing near the bottom of the hill. It was no longer on four limbs. The figure was upright. Its head rose above the tallest weeds. Its shoulders were narrow, and its arms hung almost to the ground. I could not judge its exact height, but the fence beside it was 8 feet tall, and the top of its head appeared level with the upper wire. It did not approach the gate. It did not touch the fence. It only stood beyond the line of light, facing the building. The maintenance worker looked through the window after us. By the time he focused on the hillside, the figure had lowered itself or stepped back into the field. We saw nothing. Our parents arrived within half an hour. Nobody wanted to walk outside alone, so the worker escorted us to the parking lot through a door on the opposite side of the building. I never returned to the old nursery. The field was cleared several years later and replaced by a row of storage units. I drove past during construction and saw excavators tearing out the brush where we had been followed. The ground looked smaller in daylight than I remembered. The bent section of fence remained beside the maintenance gate for a long time. There were gray marks on the metal posts, just beyond the security lights, positioned higher than any person could comfortably reach. Rain eventually faded them, but whenever I passed that property at night, I still looked toward the edge of the illuminated gravel, expecting to see a tall shape waiting where the darkness began